Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live here on this Wednesday morning. Joining me in studio, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shy.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And on the big screen, soon to be in Naples, Florida, my man, senior market strategist Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. Another glorious day here on the island, and I'm looking forward to another glorious end of the week down in Naples.
Yep, Jimmy's going to be in studio here tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to take over this whole show, Jimmy. He's the man. I can't wait to have him here. Of all the people I'm the most excited about, it's Jimmy. Having him here. He has not seen the Naples studio yet, so we can't wait to have you here, Jimmy. Super pumped. Pex is going to be here today at 1 o'clock. He's already texted me, where are you? What time are we going out? What are we doing? So, yeah, that's what I got to deal with later. No, all the boys, a lot of the boys are going to be here later today. But, of course, we've got Leo, we've got Nick, and we've got Kane trading today. A lot of busy markets ahead of us. Overnight, again, in my note, I put, look at Trump wants higher stocks. He wants higher crypto. He wants lower dollar, and he wants lower rates. Why do we keep thinking that this is not going to happen? I mean, policy trumps profits right now, and that's just the way of the world. And until that changes, why fade these moves? I mean, I said it, we've been talking about it. It's like, it's just this time, it's this period of time. You even said it's getting to feel like the late 90s, if you were around then, where some of these stocks I'm looking at, I try to work a bid in them, I can't get filled on them. I mean, everything just starts to run from you. And we're kind of feeling like we're in that phase. We'll talk more about that throughout the morning. Of course, good morning, chat. Hope all of you are doing well. A lot to talk about today. Giveaways. I'm going to be giving away another lifetime NinjaTrader license. And so we'll be talking about that later.
Giveaways today, too.
Shy's giveaways away, too. Silver.
Yes.
Yeah, buddy. So we'll get to all of that soon. Shy, the news.
So we had Trump threatens retaliation for China's soy boycott. So Trump said he might stop trading cooking oil with China, injecting fresh tensions into the relationship with the two world's largest economies. We did see the market. That was yesterday that he announced that on social. We saw a pullback in markets, but of course bid up again overnight after that. But needless to say, I don't think everything is all well on the trade front with China. So we have, if you remember, they jacked up port fees for tankers. This is now causing crisis in the tanker market right now. So they have the retaliatory levies are exposing oil shipping companies to hefty fees, making them scramble for relevant paperwork, contributing to delays, cancellations, and spiraling freight costs. We have tanker stocks up overnight, and this is just wreaking havoc in the market. Crude oil obviously doesn't care about it because it doesn't care about anything. Yet. But eventually all of these pressures are going to come about. We had OPEC also overnight doubling down and saying they see oil demand up 30% out to 2030. That is not going away. There is an energy meeting right now in Moscow. We have the VIX curve inversion test trader resolve with volatility rising. I guess we had an inverted curve yesterday. Now, there's kind of two camps on this. Some think this is a worrying sign, and some are saying that this is pricing that froth has been blown out of the market. While volatility may persist, there is no ominous warning emanating from the options market to others. The inverted VIX is a precursor of more pain for stock traders already worried about valuations and trade tensions. We have, speaking of silver, we have the Royal Mint warns of delivery delays as Londoners rush for silver. So they have a rush of orders from retail investors that has prompted a ramp up in output, but the institution is warning of possible delays in silver deliveries as it races to replenish its reserves. Buyers have also been flooding into London's street-level bullion outlets too, with voracious demand for all bars and coins. So we are seeing people starting to rush into the actual physical market.
Yeah. If anybody wants to sell their physical, I'm a buyer.
I'm a buyer.
49 bid today. Might change tomorrow.
I'm a
Let
buyer.
me know. I'll pretty significant amount if it's available.
And then last but not least, Trump threatens tariffs on Spain over refusal to boost NATO defense spending. I don't know how that's actually going to work since they're part of the EU. But he says they didn't raise their number to 5%, so I'm not happy with Spain.
Well, there's that, right? Craig, where do we go? I don't even know where we go from that right now. So again, you and I talk about this all the time. Every day you and I are in chat. We talk about the cracks, the flaws that we see, and we're in agreement. You know, you've been really spot on with pretty much everything you've talked about. I think one of the things is that the market continues to focus on different things. Like we said, it's all at once. This is what we continue to see. And we said this the other day when we were down that one big move. I said, this is the problem with the market today, is that the cracks and flaws, they show up all at once. You see all of this selling come in one day, maybe 2 days. That's like a big downward move these days. And ultimately we go back to what President Trump's plans are. You know, you go to Powell yesterday talking dovish again. We didn't even get to that with you, Shai. And it's like, how dovish can he really be at this point? And you said to me, Shai, but like 25 basis points, maybe more a little bit?
So, he was very dovish. I went over it yesterday afternoon, but he sounded very dovish. He's extremely worried about the labor market, which kind of led me to think that he probably saw the numbers, even though they weren't released to the public. But he stressed that. And he also started talking about how they are going to stop running off the balance sheet because he's seeing some stress in the money markets. So he sounded more worried than he has been. He's mostly been kind of like, let's wait and see. We don't know what inflation's going to be. I'm worried about the labor market, but let's wait and see. And
talks it back modestly, but yeah.
Right. But yesterday he was, I believe, pretty dovish for him. And of course, we saw markets rally while he was speaking.
And this goes back to you, Craig. This is what happens is, so the bond catches a bid. We get that, but this is what you and I have talked about. If the bonds are going to get a bid, some days it's been not bearish for equities, but equities have gone down. But we're back to being dovish is bullish. Now it's now bullish not just for bonds, treasuries. It's bullish for gold. It's now bearish for dollar, which is that trade starts to come back down, which President Trump wants a weaker dollar. You see dollar is weaker against pretty much everything today. And then you have, again, equities getting bid.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like the thing this market is most concerned about is when Trump introduces volatility, right? He's been this volatility suppression vehicle for really, since, let's say, the second or third week of April. And it's been markets up, bond market up, stock market up, crypto up. That's what he wants. The issue is, for him, polling data, right? And the economy rolling over and what's going to happen into the midterm elections. And so he has to balance that. And so every once in a while he gets some muscle out there and he throws a little bit of volatility in there because he needs to make sure that Main Street isn't falling too far behind. And so when you have this, stock market and wealth effect and the rich continue to move higher, get richer, and the labor market is deteriorating, there's that gap. And so I think what he tries to do by putting in some of these this tough talk on China is introduce a little bit of volatility, not let the market run away, particularly when the labor market continues to slide. But then you see the market now is saying, we know he's going to taco, we know he's going to cave, and that's what they want. The market wants him to just shut up, right, about trade. They don't really care, but he has to balance that. And I think that's something that maybe he's wrestling with. Yesterday he met with Argentina in the White House, and so not surprisingly, Argentina is a big soybean exporter to China. That's what spawned this soybean tweet at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah, someone must have said to him, "Hey, Argentina, stop selling soybeans to China." And so he throws this tweet out there to introduce a little bit of that volatility again, just to remind people that he's focused on it, he's thinking about it. And what we see this morning is whatever. We don't care, right? We don't care. But we are getting to a deadline, right? He is supposed to meet with Xi in Korea at the end of October into this November 1st deadline. So Will that meeting happen? Will it not happen? What will be determined? Will there be a deal? Will there not be a deal? So there is risk. If they don't come to some sort of agreement and we are going to elevate tariffs, the whole the whole end of year story gets thrown out the window. So it's not like this isn't a risk. It's just the market's kind of, running over it, right now and say, we know he's going to fade. We know he's going to taco.
And there is also the possibility that they push that November 1st deadline out another 3 months, as they have been doing. So
I believe nothing. Negative gamma, topic of conversation yesterday. Are we back in negative gamma today? I think there is some. I think you guys were talking about it earlier.
Yeah, Mentor Q has negative gamma on ES today.
Yeah, it is an options expiry week, so we have big volumes, into Friday, and then next week and the week after, the market could trade truer again. But yeah, negative gamma means that dealers are hedging in the direction of the market. So when we fall yesterday in the afternoon and we're in a negative gamma, we whoosh lower real quick into the close, and then we breathe. Volatility starts to come off again overnight, and then dealers are hedging with the market to the upside again too. So I think what you're seeing now is you're seeing this range expansion, right? You're seeing a little bit more volatile market, realized volatility starting to creep back up, 1 month realized volatility moving above 3 month realized volatility. So that's typically a trigger for vol control funds to start selling down exposure. So we've seen that negative flow in the tape. But yeah, this is just going to mean we have moves that are exacerbated every day that goes by. We get the zero data expiry crowd here. It kind of changes the daily negative gamma position, but broadly speaking, into Friday's expiry, we are in a negative gamma position. And once that positioning rolls off, then yeah, we will be in more of a negative gamma position for the back half of October with some of this elevated trade risk dynamics. And also we have earnings season, right? We know that yesterday with the banks, JP was a little worse, a little weak. Goldman was weak. Wells was better. This morning, Bank of America good. Morgan Stanley good. PNC good. So this is, there'll be some idiosyncratic single stock dispersion all around the tape. Yesterday, Russell was up a ton. NASDAQ was down. May have that dynamic continue where the index kind of grinds, Russell outperforms. But try not to know. but no, after into next week, in a negative gamma regime with some of that single stock equity risk on the tape. And we also get CPI next week too, which will be an interesting data point for the Fed, because we're priced in for cuts, right? We're priced in for 25 for October. We're priced in for 25 again for December. Any hot inflationary data is going to give the market pause, and we're not getting the labor data, right? Even though Powell may or may not have had the data, we don't know, right? We don't know how bad it is. And so if the labor data is unknown and the inflation data is hot, it means it's harder for the Fed to accelerate the rate cuts.
Exactly. I think the negative gamma talk yesterday is important, obviously for this moment, but in general. If you didn't catch that yesterday with Danny Roos, I would go in there and check that from our morning session. Did we post a link on that yet, Shai?
We'll have him on again. I will post that link.
Clip, yeah. Okay, cool. Jimmy, yep. Jimmy, we'll go to you. So here we are this morning, up $52 in S&P, 67.38 and change. Nasdaq's up almost 250. It's at 25,012. Russell's at 2540, up $30. And we've got the Dow up $250 to 46,750 and change. The S&P and Dow lagging a little bit from the Russell, who's the big one, up the most today, and then the Nasdaq is not too far behind. We get into energy stocks. Natty gas is down this morning, about 1%, just below $3. And you've got heating oils pretty much flat at $2.19. We've got crude oil, $59.14, turned around from this morning. Again, Merritt and I talked about this yesterday. He's looking for some sort of long opportunities, which I will be as well. Personally, I'm hoping that crude starts to break a little bit more so I could step in there. It's not there yet. We were in that consolidation for a long time. We'll see what Jimmy thinks about it on technicals. But gold up $44 again to 42.07. We've got silver at 51.43, back up 1.5% after that mini flash crash. Look at what it was, an 8% move.
And it's right back up.
Right back up. Buyers are out there. And again, this is that same type of tape we see across the board, right? That's how strong the market is. You see these moves that come down all at once, then they stabilize, and then day traders probably looking to sell a rally thinking that it's it. And all these markets are in such powerful uptrends that the selling is over and it's right back to buying. I mean, it's just crazy, man. I mean, it's not like everything is always something new that I look at, but this is just like, this has gone on for a while now, since April, just consistently in all the markets. Not all of them, but most of the ones that we follow. Bonds flat this morning. Not a total surprise. You flat across the curve. 10-year yield at 4.018. Again, not surprised to see that sitting just above 4%, but probably, again, looking at a 3-handle soon as we come off of Powell yesterday talking dovish. Again, I think the short end of the curve, even the long end of the curve, likely bid and continues to go higher. If you're trading that, I would not be fading those moves. And then the dollar is weak against the pound, the euro, the yen, and the Swissy. Jimmy, what'd you see overnight?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I looked at was the 30-year U.S. Treasury bond, and it's almost like deja vu. We saw something pretty similar yesterday where we rallied and we had a large reach, right? We reached all the way up to 118.25 yesterday, and then we just started pulling back about this time of the day. We pulled back, pulled back, pulled back, pulled back. We still closed green. Today, same thing. We reached up way high, 118.22, and then we're pulling back slowly as we speak, coming back down. You know, you nailed the yield. The yield right now, cash yield is what, 4.6, give or take. You know, what does it take to get below that 4.5? Are we going to see a 119 handle to get there anytime soon? I'm not so certain. I mean, we jumped a couple of levels here on my support and resistance just with this giant green candle that we saw on the 10th, and we started trading above in 118 handle. So was that going to establish some kind of consolidation, or are we going to break back down a little bit? You know, I don't remember a time when we've had a Fed funds tool at 97% cut for the next meeting and then 94% cut for the meeting after that so far in advance. And when I say that, I mean that tool has been sticky. We've had these big numbers there for a long period of time. And, you know, as Craig said, you know, this is baked in the cake. It looks like it is. So I'm surprised because of that. I'm surprised a little bit that we're up here in the 118 handle from a stickiness point of view. We'll see if that comes back down. I think 10 years, you're right. I think 10 years we have a better chance of getting a 3 handle, right? We're just above that 4.01 last time I checked in the 10 years. So we're right there. We're knocking on the door there. So it's going to be easier for that. But the yield curve itself, the shape of the yield curve itself is almost identical to the shape of it was a month ago. That part of it has not changed. So, and I don't expect that part to change until we start really getting these cuts flying down the alley.
Last thing before we talk a little bit more macro here, Jimmy, on the technical side, you know, dollar weak against currencies, weak against gold. What are you seeing maybe in that world over there? I'm always looking at what the dollar is doing right now. The weaker it gets, I just think it continues to fuel this rally in equities. I just think it's something else that's just like coming out of the dollar. Again, the bid just stays stiffer, stronger when the dollar's weak. Just like when we're a little bit weak, the dollar, when it's bid, the equities stay a little bit weaker.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've been looking at the dollar index a lot now. The conversation is so heavy around this. You know, the dollar index we had a long period of consolidation. This is all August and all September, and we kind of went sideways here. Yeah, we had a little bit of a break to the downside. Just for one day, really, in the middle of September. And then we kind of popped back in. Finally, we broke out, and now we're establishing a new consolidation range a little bit higher so far. I mean, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row where we've been, trading up here, toward that, 99.40 level. So this long-term area of resistance here is now support in my mind. That's 98.42. And this is a dollar index. It's a little bit, it is what it is, but it gives us a little bit of a bigger snapshot than just looking at the euro or the yen or something like that.
Got it. Thanks, Jimmy. Good morning again, Czech. Good morning, Engineer Beer. I haven't had a chance to thank you for the giveaway for those books. That was so awesome. Love Engineer Beer. Like seeing him here every morning. We've got GDL, Coast Peroni. We've got Cooper, my man. Met him in person, which was great to see Cooper at the meetup in Chicago. We've got Paulie. We've got Joaquin. We've got White Noise, Spider, Short Life Hacks. Good morning, my brother. We got Adam, Joaquin, Erickson, Trader Nautilus. Are you the same Trader Nautilus that I saw the tweets with the memes? Somebody, I can't remember who sent me that. It was hilarious. It was the memes with Leo in them. I'm not sure. I think it was Trader Nautilus. If that's you, that was hilarious. I mean, I was laughing hard. It was pretty good. Lucas Mazer, My Serona, San, Dallas, Dean. Well, we got a lot of people in here. Steve, I can't. I'm not even gonna butcher it. You know, Shai. Sometimes you look at a name. Why do you even attempt to go down that road? You know you can't say it. Oslo Kid, Fractal Firmament, Mark. We've got Jeff. So many more. We got Spaghetti Trader, Brittany. And so everybody, again, good morning. Sign up and enter this morning for the giveaway. Shai and I are doing our giveaways. My last one, giving away a lifetime license to NinjaTrader, and Shai is giving away.
I'm giving away 3 coins, so 3 different winners. 1 troy ounce bull bear silver round. Now that silver is all the rage right now, so that will be my giveaway. So be sure to register, and we'll announce the winners later.
Yeah, make sure you register for that. Look how good Shai looks in that picture. Look at she's sitting there, she's thinking. She's like, who's going to win my silver coins? Definitely go and do that. And again, I'm giving away a lifetime license to NinjaTrader. Sign up, and you've got to be in chat for it, so you can't bounce. And why would you go anywhere else anyway, Craig? It doesn't even make sense, right? There's nowhere else to be. A couple minutes left before we get to this morning's Edge Report with Jimmy. Final thoughts, Craig?
No, just back to that dollar conversation. If we look back, gold was in about a 4 or 5 month consolidation range. When it broke out, it really moved higher. Oil's been in a 4 or 5 month consolidation range. Seems like it's breaking down and starting to move a little bit more aggressively. I think the dollar is similar, right? It's been in this 4 or 5 month consolidation range, starting to, make some moves to the upper end of that range. If it starts to break out, I think that's will be a very notable event. We'll have to trade that accordingly, because we've seen these multi-month consolidations. When they start to go, they start to move with with explosive vigor. And so if that dollar move starts to accelerate to the upside, I agree. I think that's going to be headwind for all risk.
I agree. I think that is something that we saw the cracks earlier in the week when we had the dollar move against the yen, right? And then you saw the selling come in late in the day, and we had a one-dimensional move lower. Again, it gave people a reason to step in that have been looking for reasons to sell. That's the one thing about this market. It's really transparent if you look at it. We're so bullish in gold. We're so bullish in silver. We're so bullish crypto. We're so bullish stocks that when you're holding these positions, I don't care who you are, you're looking for a reason to sell, right? Talk to me about your trailing stops and all that stuff. What ends up happening is they all get hit at once, and then those that don't have the trailing stops, they come in late, and it just is what it is. You got the systematic guys. It ends up being everybody goes, finally, this could be it, and the market just takes it, and here we are again. And but the one thing that we have seen lately that is that trigger that could bring it in late day, especially in a negative gamma situation where it's one-dimensional, is the dollar. Yep. So. We'll keep an eye on all of this throughout the day. We've got Farm as well today. I forgot to mention him, put him in his note. He's going to be pissed at me, but Farm's flying out today as well. A lot more to go today with the crew. Our guests. Oh, we didn't do a preview of our guest. It's Richard. That's right.
So we have Richard Meyer, who is Vice President of Energy Markets Analysis and Standards at the American Gas Association, which represents 200 companies that deliver natural gas throughout the United States. So excited to talk to him a little bit about what he's seeing in the natural gas market. How does this apply to AI and data centers? And they just came out with their winter outlook, so we're going to be talking about that too. So Get some energy markets in there.
AI data centers. Trying to buy those stocks. They won't let me in. I can't wait to talk to Richard. Looking forward to that. Coming up right after. It's about that time. This morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's continue the conversation about the 30-year Treasury bonds. Let's go to the intraday chart. This is the 30-minute candle chart we have here. Really nice volume profile, almost textbook perfect with the point of control. A little bit above where we're trading at right now, 118, 15, 30 seconds. This is that reach I was talking about. We reached up here almost to R1 at 118.22. Did not get to previous sessions highs at 25. So now we're kind of trading below VWAP right now. So we got some targets here. We have the pivot on the down downside, we have '07. We have that Jax 1 level from Menthor Q down here at 118 even. And then below that, there's even some more targets. Previous sessions lows at 23, and then S1, and then that 1-day min. Should we catch should lightning strike and we catch a fall out of bed here at 117 would be a target on the downside for the bonds. Let's pivot over though and talk about, if I could pull it up relatively easily, soybeans. Since it's in the news, we could talk about it. This is the November contract. This is where the volume is right now. We're going to be looking at January contract soon as well. But this is your daily soybean chart right now. And we've been kind of, I don't know, this is a big range from 1,000 at the bottom up here all the way up to 1029. And, we're kind of down again toward the bottom of that. And we'd expect this to be a little bit more news driven, which it was. You see this big benchmark candle that we saw here on the 10th with that big sell off right here. But everybody loves soybeans. So maybe this will hold as support right here. And then we'll end up staying within that consolidation range. Moving averages are moving down ever so slightly. Stochastics did cross under. So I have my radar screen up for that. But yeah, we could see lower prices here in the soybean market. Let's shoot over to NASDAQ real quickly here because I wanted to point something out in a daily chart, which I thought was interesting. I have a volume profile, and the way I set up the volume profile was from the rollover gap. From the rollover gap forward, we started looking at the December contract in earnest, and look at that volume profile, how perfect it is. I mean, this is a really nice volume profile, tracking volume all of these days. Now, I have it updated. The point of control right now is right at that 50% retracement level, right? So that's between the highs around 25,400 and then the lows down here, that low wick where that gap was at 237 spot 75. And how about that gap fill? We filled it by a point. 4 ticks. We filled it by 4 ticks on the downside, almost picture perfect. So there's a lot of price. My point is here, there's a lot of price happiness. You have the moving averages going sideways. The longer term moving averages are sloping up still. So Stochastics are starting to slope up as well. But that's kind of a line in the sand for me, is that 50% retracement right smack dab by that point of control. I'm going to just call it at 24,824. We'll just round it up a little bit. So that's kind of keep an eye on that. The E-mini S&P is not as pretty. We have way more volume nodes everywhere in the E-mini S&P. Intraday on the NASI, let me get this opened up a little bit. There's a lot of lines on here. Let me get rid of that yellow line. We're right up against that call resistance level, right? This is defining the top of the conversation so far. Yeah, we wick through it temporarily, but 25,000 is where that is. And that's not only call resistance, it's also zero DTE call resistance and zero DTE gamma wall. Should we get a break above that, we have some targets here. We have R1 approximately at 58, and then that one-day max by Menthor Q, 25,079 would be a target to the upside. Above that, well, a lot of empty sky. On the downside, though, we do have the volume profile today's wonky, so I'm not going to rely on that. I'm going to look at that VWAP. We have a lot of price separation between that session VWAP and price right now. We do have blind spot 4 down here as well at 641, and below that we have that Jax 3 level right by that pivot, and that kind of defines the bottom of the conversation so far today, and we're going to call that at around 750. So below that we do get a continued breakout. We have that put 0DT put and high vol level a little bit south of that, and Jax 2 all the way down to 24,600. So there are plenty of targets galore up or down in the NASDAQ futures. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guest.
Richard Meyer, who is Vice President of Energy Markets Analysis and Standards at the American Gas Association. So I want to talk to him about what's going on in the energy markets, particularly with data centers and demand, and what can we look forward to as far as natural gas prices.
Absolutely. Let's bring in Richard. Richard, good morning.
Morning.
Nice head of hair on this guy. Look at him, Shai. I mean, he's giving me competition. That's what I like to see. So good to meet you. Let's talk about the energy space, Richard, because it seems to be the sector that's not getting as much love, and I think it really should be. We've got so much going on, and let's face it, the world doesn't move forward without energy, and it's really not been talked about enough, in my opinion. When you see everything that's going on in the AI space and And it was a topic of conversation actually for a little bit of time, and now it's just totally dropped off. What are your thoughts on why the energy market just can't get a lift?
One of the things I hear from the folks that are in the data center in these AI supercomputer spaces that the number one siting decision today is energy, access to the pipes, access to the wires in order to build and scale what they need. And usually natural gas is that linchpin, right? Right now, the market is turning to natural gas because it's been growing for the last 20 years in terms of supply and demand. And it is today the fastest way to market and the most and the way to scale the fastest. So that's why we're seeing so much interest right now in natural gas demand, especially as part of this data center, this AI supercomputer conversation.
So let's talk about what energy source is going to be the leader when this starts to become front and center, because we get a lot of back and forth I've seen on X. And again, this is a MySpace. I lean on you and Shy for this. Is it going to be the oil market? Is it going to be natural gas? As we look at this build out over time, we know there's going to be more demand. I mean, you have to be crazy not to see this coming down the pipeline at some point. No pun intended. That was one of my bad jokes, Shy. But who is going to be the leader going forward in the energy space to fill this demand?
So today we use rough numbers, about 100 quads of energy every year. 38% of that is natural gas. The thing about natural gas, though, is that it's really used across the whole economy. You've got natural gas used especially in homes and businesses. We've got the space heating, winter heating season coming up, so folks will be using more and more gas for space heating. But we use natural gas in the industrial sector, certainly for power generation, and we've doubled the amount of gas we use to generate electricity in this country in the last 20 years. And we're increasingly exporting it because we have an abundance of gas here. And I contrast that with the other major fuels like oil, still principally used just in the transportation sector, coal, which has been declining in the last few years, still an important fuel, but that is principally used in the electric sector. And then even like solar and wind, that is principally an electric power sector set of fuels. So natural gas cross-cuts the whole economy. And so you really, when you're looking at the gas market, you have to look at all of these different drivers. So right now I'm focused on what's coming up with the winter heating season, weather, prices, both commodity and retail prices, what kind of trends we've seen for consumers and how that'll shape the market. But then, the biggest growth drivers in terms of volumes right now, you really have to look at the electric power sector, exports, and of course, this new, somewhat new kind of phenomenon around these AI supercomputers.
Well, when we are looking at nat gas for demand, because it just seems like, nuclear is a great option too. You need baseload power that's not solar or wind at this point. So natural gas, we have a lot of it, and it's easy to access, and the timeline is much shorter than trying to get a nuclear reactor built. So when we're looking at this, are we even set up for this? Do we have enough pipelines? Do we have enough plants? Do we have enough, what's kind of going on as far as that's concerned?
It's a really good question. And right now, just if you look back, I kind of go back to 20 years. And the reason for that is that was a big step change in the natural gas market. That's when we had some major technological breakthroughs in terms of how we produce natural gas here in the United States. We were able to access shale gas resources and turn what were previously uncommercial resources into a vast abundance of resources here in the U.S. And so what we've seen is that production of natural gas has really more than doubled over the last 20 years because of this technological revolution. That's enabled all of this new demand to be met, again, in the power sector, industrial sector, more customers hooking up to the system. And so here we are today at the precipice of this intense load growth expected load growth in the electricity sector. And just growing overall energy demand expectations. So let's look at electricity just for a second, since that's what where a lot of people have been focused on. Electric sector demand has really been flat over the last 20 years. So unlike the gas market, which has been growing, electricity sector has been flat. Now you've seen a lot of changes in electricity and how we the kinds of fuels we use to generate electricity. We've switched from coal to more and more natural gas. In recent years, we're seeing a lot of growth in wind and solar, and that actually is bullish for gas because you're going to need that gas as a flexible generation resource, as well as that base load resource to keep the lights on 24/7, 365. So gas is really important here. But the message is that over the last 20 years, we've seen just a substitution effect where overall demand hasn't been growing, but we've seen the changes in fuels in the power sector. Today, we're in a growth mode. Expectations that electricity demand might grow 25% between now and 2030. I mean, that's just a step change in terms of how we've been positioned in the market. After 2030, even more demand's expected, although my horizon on that is I can't see past that. There's just so much happening over just the next few years. And gas is going to be the foundation fuel for this growth. Today, we have the resource base. We have a record amount of future natural gas supplies in the U.S. We've got some data that I could share, but basically 100 years of natural gas supplies. And we keep adding to that resource base because of innovation, because of efficiencies, because we're finding more gas here in North America. So we have the geology. And the last thing I'll say is the limiting factor here is going to be our ability to build. So getting the pipes in the ground, getting storage in the ground, getting permitting to enable us to move dirt and get this linear infrastructure in place so we can connect new customers.
Excellent. And then I know you guys just came out with your winter outlook. So what are we looking at for, because we are traders here, for natural gas prices? I mean, we've kind of been in, well, we broke out of that like $1 to $2 range finally, but what are we looking at going forward throughout the winter?
Sure. I've been loving listening to this conversation. I'm not a trader. AGA, we represent companies. We don't participate in the market that way. My job is to kind of take a 10,000-foot view. What's going on with the macro trends of supply, demand, pricing? What's shaping all of that? So that's where I come at this conversation. And when we look at the winter heating season, the first driver is going to be weather. Is it going to be colder or is it going to be warmer than last year? And that'll drive consumer demand for gas because they're going to turn up their heaters up or down depending on what the weather is outside. We've using the official NOAA forecast, we're looking at about a 5% colder winter right now based on their current expectations. So that should drive more demand and may drive bills just a little bit higher. But the good news is for consumers, retail bills of for natural gas are flat or down, kind of depending on where you're starting. And if we look back just a couple years when commodity prices for natural gas were much higher, so that 2022, 2023 winter, we're looking at about a 10% decline in consumer bills this winter heating season. And that's because of lower commodity pricing, once you kind of adjust for weather and so forth. Overall, when we look at the supply picture, record levels of flowing gas production today. So that's, I was just looking at the stat yesterday. When we were entering the 2025, so 20 years ago, 2025 winter heating season, we produced 45 billion cubic feet per day of gas. Today, it's 107 billion cubic feet per gas. So just goes to show how big this domestic market in terms of production has grown. And then the last thing I'll say, of course, very important for the market, what's happening with storage. Good news is we're well supplied in terms of underground inventories of natural gas. That's up. Oh, I got to double check the number. I think we're up a couple percent over the 5-year average, down a little bit year over year, but still healthy supplies of gas in underground storage going into the winter heating season.
The question I have is, when I talk with Shai about crude oil, we talk about crude oil being $65 is like the sweet spot for companies to continue to have decent profits. And as we build down the road, that actually is going to be bearish for future crude prices. With natural gas, you talk about the growth that we've seen on the business side of it and how well it's functioning right now. And you see gas prices continue to really trend lower for the good part of the last several months, good part of this year. We're not too far off of the lows. At what point does the price of natural gas get too cheap for now that eventually creates higher prices later? So basically, what's that sweet spot for the growth on the business side to continue that you're seeing in natural gas?
It's a really good question. I started AGA in 2010, and I've asked that question every year, and it seems to move. The market, what we've seen over time, continues to get more efficient. We produce more and more with fewer rigs every year, and so it tends to surprise folks. Let me just set a couple, again, macro observations to anchor a way to answer your question. First, last year, 2024, was the lowest ever natural gas price in reported history in the US, once you adjust for inflation. I think it was $2.21 was the reported spot price. That was according to the EIA. So we're up a little bit this year. But we're at what, $3 today? We were a little over $4 earlier this year at Henry Hub. But what we're seeing is that natural gas drilling activity is still way up. It's up, I think last I checked, 18% year over year in terms of active drilling rigs compared to 1 year ago. That stands in contrast to the decline in oil drilling rigs that we've seen. So, right now with WTI prices, I think now down below 60, what we're seeing is really a pullback in oil drilling activity. But still at this low price level for natural gas, we're seeing increased drilling activity. And the reason for that is expectations of future demand. And we haven't talked about it, but too much. I've mentioned it, but LNG exports continue to grow. I was just looking at the number this morning. Today might be an all-time record for natural gas demanded for LNG exports. And that number is just going to continue to grow as new facilities come online and our capability to export natural gas continues to grow. We're probably going to double that capacity from 2024 through the end of 2028. So we're kind of ramping up right now in terms of our ability to export. And so we're likely to see more and more gas volumes demanded for that export market. So when you take the export market plus demand for electricity, natural gas demand for industry, continued customer connections, and growing peak demand for natural gas, that's a signal that we're going to need more natural gas. And so producers are responding accordingly and drilling for more natural gas, even at this current price level.
We got to end it there, Richard. But thank you so much for answering that question. And it shows the future of natural gas and how much demand there is, that they're not, I don't want to say maybe it's not accurate, but it sounds like the price right now kind of doesn't matter. The investment's still there. And so we know the demand is going to be there. At some point, natural gas markets are going to be a lot busier. It's going to be interesting to see how things go. Richard, again, thank you so much for being here. It was a pleasure meeting you. Everybody in chat, go and follow Richard on X and check out everything that he's doing. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much. Appreciate the invite.
When he mentioned LNG, right away I thought of Josh Crum, ABAX,
Right, absolutely. It's going to be very big in the United States. Again, we're still building out a lot of capacity. What I thought was really interesting, which I was trying to get him to dig a little deeper into, if you're looking for investment, is, that we are going to need more pipelines and things of that nature. So, those kind of stocks are ones I'm keeping my eye on right now.
So that's the same play you're basically looking at for like gold miners and gold, right? Same type of scenario, like the shovels and everything in a boom
right,
like that.
Like you would look at pipeline companies that are that are scheduled to have some build out. So, and they've been pretty hammered this year. So
they have been. Maybe well, we know that I like buying stocks that have been getting hammered. Yeah, I don't like to buy the ones that are going up. It's a joke inside. Anyway, Shai, no data. Anything else going on today?
No, we have crude oil inventories at 10:30. Obviously, other than that, pretty quiet. I think we have what is it? Sorry, Empire State Manufacturing was at 8:30. Not a market mover, obviously. EIA crude inventories, and then 2 p.m. Beige Book. So no market movers today. Government is still shut down, so. We have the CPI next week instead on the 24th.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Shai. We'll see you in chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Varn, what's up, man? 2 days in a row, you and I. What's up, buddy?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm going to be seeing you tomorrow, I think, right?
Yeah, you're flying out today, right?
I am, yeah. Yeah, because there's not really a direct flight. So 69-hour flight to travel, 1,000 miles or whatever.
420 minutes total airtime. Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah, it's perfect. So let's talk about what we're seeing in markets. This morning, what we were focusing on is the same type of pattern we see over and over again, Farm. Right? We see these moves that come straight down all in one day. Market goes down, V-type bottoms over and over again. Everyone in the world gets so scared and everyone gets so bearish. And again, I go back to, when you step back and really look what's happening here, look at what President Trump continues to say. If we just go back from when tariffs were the talk, when he rattled the whole entire market with tariffs, and then it came back to, hey, the 90-day pause or whatever it was, right? And since then, they have been on messaging point with, we want weaker dollar, we want lower rates, we want higher crypto, we want higher stocks. Whether they say those things outright or not, that's what they continue to do. And in this current moment in time, this administration holds all the cards. I said earlier, policy trumps profits right now. And everybody gets so caught up in this market environment, I think, trying to fade some of these moves. Again, same thing with gold. And gold is saying the whole time going, look, we get that this theme is there, and we're continuing to power forward because I guess it's looked at as the hedge of what's happening. But it really isn't a hedge. I don't think if all of a sudden things start to come down substantially across the board, I actually think everything will come down. But that's neither here nor there for today. But here we are again, Farm. Everything has turned back bullish as far as I look at even my medium-term stuff. They took the selling again, and here we are.
Yeah, I wish I hadn't been off last week. I was traveling for a funeral. But I posted last week's plan, a copy of it for free. I think everybody should read it just as an educational opportunity. To me, that was a trapdoor setup. It was a very, very technical setup. Things were just a little bit extended, a little bit stretched. And sometimes, we've talked about this numerous times, you need to rinse out some of the weak hands, right? Things get a little bit stretched. You've got weak participants holding those contracts, and we simply need to separate them from their contracts. And that's exactly what we got. And it came down to a perfect technical spot. And so it really was technical. And sure, the news was the nudge, but how many times has Trump threatened a tariff since May? Run somebody, 100%, 500%, whatever nonsense, right? And it hasn't mattered. Well, it mattered because inventory was extremely stretched and there was a perfect technical setup for it to be rinsed down. So it is what it is. It held where it should have. And here we are, right? And then yesterday, held a very nice back test to that perfect technical spot. So, but all that said, though, Deli, we're going to stop buying Chinese cooking oil and you're bullish? I mean, get out of here.
I mean,
Get
who
out of
wouldn't
here.
be? Farm, come on. I'll talk to you about that later. I think we've got a minute left. That's right. I saw that in chat. Final minute to enter a chance to win. I'm going to be giving away a lifetime subscription to NinjaTrader. That'll be right at the beginning. I'll announce that winner when we have Leo and Kane in here. And Shai is giving away silver coins. So make sure you sign up. The link is in chat. Go there, enter a chance to win, and I will be announcing those winners when I'm on with Leo and Kane. So make sure you go and do that. All right, let's take a look at the charts. Okay, a couple things for me. First thing that I look at is when I come in, I go to my daily, and I have my area boxed out. I talked about this before. This is where I thought we would get a rotation lower. We didn't. That was long puts. It didn't happen. I got out of them, and then here it comes all in one day. It goes down to my level, which was 65.94. I was looking for that. And then you look at these moving averages. We finally see some consolidation here. And then now we're getting back above 67.22, which is my pivot to the upside. I look at that and I look at Pax's quarterly pivot. I always look to see where my stuff is aligned with his. Pax only had one daily close below his quarterly pivot. And then since then, it's stayed above it. We've had consecutive closes above it. And now here we are back above short-term moving averages. Bollinger Bands are flat. This looks more like a consolidation on the highs to me than it does necessarily green light to run right back up. I actually think the S&P, when I look at it here, you're going to spend some time, I think, around the 67.22 to 67.35 area. We'll see how the market takes it today in stride. But I do look at this area and think that it should be a little bit of resistance. But ultimately, if we start to get daily closes back above here, man, then it's hard for me not to see a reason to come back up. And I think, new highs where I start to see potential resistance is that old Bollinger Band peak, as I've talked about many times. That's roughly 6,900 farm. And I didn't just pull that out of a hat. That's actually on the chart. All right. For ours, I mean, it's like, I don't know. Sometimes things just, they work out that way. The other thing I want to go to real quick is I want to look at crude. Crude to me is on my radar. I don't have any setups for my beacon indicator yet. I'm waiting, but I love to look for markets that are starting to see range expansion. You see Bollinger Bands opening up. You're seeing oversold on the RSI. Multiple times it's been oversold. Again, RSI does nothing for me but give me context. You're below moving averages and below RSI. These old school indicators that maybe some people say don't work, but they actually work very well for understanding market environments, because I like seeing markets that are oversold or overbought, because typically they stay oversold or overbought, and I wait for some sort of capitulation. And that's what I'm waiting for here in oil. When I look at crude, to me, this old Bollinger Band peak, this down here is something I'm eyeing. And if we were to get down here, this would be a full position for me. And I don't have many of those. I haven't had many of those this year. And we get down to 51.80 to 52-ish. That's a full port long for me on a swing basis. It's a ways away, but I don't doubt that it can't happen. I mean, initial support came in for me right here in crude, right at this old Bollinger Band peak, right in this area, which comes in right around 57.50. It has held it, but when I see Bollinger Bands continue to expand outward, I can't step in and buy this yet. Now, this might be the zone I buy in if I were to get in between there, or eventually Bollinger Bands were to start to come back inward. But I think crude is getting ripe for a rotation back up. It's just I don't want to be early on it. But it is a market that I do think it's been really a sleeper. I think you can start to see crude oil start to get busier. That's why it was a great day to have Richard on here talking about what he was looking at. Mostly we talked about natural gas, but that's what I'm seeing here. Those are the two markets I'm really eyeing. I mean, also, I'll touch on Bitcoin just for a quick second here. Again, Bitcoin spot continues to hit my blue levels. I just continue to be a buyer of spot in these areas. I don't start to get nervous Bitcoin until it gets below really 100,000. And so, I've been buying spot crypto. Again, what does President Trump want? He wants bullish crypto. He wants bullish stocks, weak dollar, and he wants rates to come down. And so I like weakness. I like weakness in crypto. These flash crash type moves that we saw over the past week as opportunities. Again, I'm buying spot, not futures. I don't use leverage for crypto. It moves enough. Don't need it. But those are kind of the things I'm eyeing. What are you seeing inside the daily candles?
Yeah, I mean, we're coming into a big spot on ES here. You can see, I mean, we came down, and of course, because this market is designed to piss me off, fell 6 ticks shy of Friday's cash hours low yesterday. I mean, just couldn't sweep it for me, just to make me mad. But that's basically the bottom of a box, so to say, and where we're at now is coming into for me probably the most key reclaim. I've been using 67.41 to 44. You could call it 47 maybe, would be fine as well. But to me, this is it. I mean, back above here. I mean, if you're actually accepting prices above 67.40s, which would be 6,700 SPX, then it's the bears have the "oh no, we suck again" GIF from Waterboy. So to me, this is it. Big spot. Things are a little stretched here overnight. Obviously, it's been a big move, very, very bullish and constructive session. So, it does seem like every time we get off here, we get, some kind of an inventory correction pullback. So, I mean, if that happens, it doesn't need to be horribly bearish. I'd probably want to see it hold the 67.05 half spot at this point, 67.06 if you like. But obviously higher would be better. This 16 half to 19, you've got 22. I mean, that's fine. This just general area. But I mean, you don't really want to see at this point after this move and coming up here into, this attempted fill of the single prints from Friday. You don't really want to see it get back below this 67.05 spot. But it's still not the end of the world. I mean, this is going to be two-way trading. We are still inside of a massive mother bar candle, the Friday candle. So, you will get I mean, that's when headlines tend to matter more, right? Is when you're in sort of a two-way trading environment. We've got inside consolidation chop. So you get some kind of headline and you get some kind of a sell-off or a max bid situation. That does happen. So, I mean, we did leave behind some single prints yesterday. It was very strong. I mean, the bid that came in off the low yesterday was, I mean, it was honestly pretty impressive. And then one of the things I mentioned, I think I mentioned this yesterday, that I was looking at for ahead of the sell-off was, maybe I didn't mention this, was HYG. So just, basically looking at credit markets and the comparison of like HYG, JNK, so like junk bonds, high yield, relative to, investment grade and like U.S. Treasuries like ZF 5 years. And it was really rolling over. And something to me that was very supportive for equities was the fact that it was well bid yesterday. I think a lot of that had to do with some of Jay Powell's supportive comments and discussion of pulling back on QT. So that looks very constructive. So given that, I am leaning, pretty constructive here and bullish. I've got like some UPRO from Friday after hours or whatever. And this is the big spot for me. So I do think, we can afford a pullback and inventory correction overnight. And like, even if it does get back below this 67.05 spot, I don't think it's the end of the world. Even something like 66.62, basically, that was, what was that, Monday's low? I'm going to lose track of my days, the boomer that I am. Wouldn't be the end of the world. We could still just pop in a higher low here. And then again, like we do have this massive set of single prints from B period yesterday. Like worst case, even if this comes in here and makes a deep higher low, basically like yesterday's was, right? It still wouldn't be the end of the world. I was hoping for a pullback overnight, honestly, to get long, basically like maybe 66.50s, maybe 66.40 even, but no go. They went max bid on me. So that's where we're at. For yes, and like NQ is the same picture. I can flip over there. I don't even know if I have all my levels updated on NQ, but it's a similar picture. This 35 to 46 spot has been key. And then you don't fill the singles up here until I want to say it's like 127, 128 maybe. So, I mean, we're still well within that breakdown candle on NQ. And then a similar situation. I mean, you don't really want to get back into the meat of this distribution. Like basically what bulls are trying to do is form, some kind of a separate distribution. We've talked about this so many times, right? Like when you get into a week and you're on like Monday or Tuesday, you form some kind of consolidation range, form a distribution. From there, you've got a choice. Like you could leave that distribution and form a separate distribution. And that's kind of what we're trying to do here. Or all you're doing is stretching value and buyers are executing at poor location, buying above value, and it gets rugged right back into range. So that's sort of the decision point for me today. And again, really all about this spot for me. I mean, we could push through there and fail. It's not a place where I would be initiating long, that's for sure. But I'm not super bearish after the bid that came in yesterday. The supportive nature of like some of the credit market ETFs, things of that nature, looks pretty good. So I'm mostly looking for longs, but again, I'm definitely not messing with this spot up here and on any failed reclaim. If you get like some kind of a look above and fail, let's say this is the overnight high, because like every time we get off, we get that pullback inventory correction. So just mark it down because it seems to happen. But if you get a failed push through there, like maybe you get a rotation back down to 67.19-ish and potentially the 67.05. So those are some of the big spots I'm looking for. But big picture looks very constructive. And again, the fact that credit markets sort of cooled off with some of the comments from Jay Powell and Bessent, I think is a pretty good look.
I agree, and in the 67.20 level is right in line with what I'm looking at. And for me, of course, I'm looking at much longer time frames, bigger picture. If we start to get daily closes there again above Pax's quarterly pivot, which I look for, to see what that's doing, because his levels have just been phenomenal. And when I see that, it's just hard to be short. I agree with you on the 67.20 to 67 like low 40s area. I expect this area to be two-way tape. It should not just give way that easily. But it does look to me, though, if we start pushing above that for you, like you've got the 41 to 44 level, it's just like then we start going up. Anytime I see the top Bollinger Band flat like that, it's like we're in a consolidation tape and also negative gamma, which is something that we talked a lot about yesterday. We'll talk a little bit more real quickly about it. Basically, price action gets a little bit chased, so the dealers are chasing price higher and price lower. So you can expect volatility today. I think you're going to see a little bit of back and forth in the open, but once it picks its way, I wouldn't be surprised to see a more of a one-dimensional type move today, whether that's higher or lower. Like I said, I'm looking at the low 6720s as being a pivot. And so, yeah. Farm, I love the chat. They make me laugh so hard. Sometimes I'm listening to you, I'm just going to start busting out laughing. One guy goes, is Farm's head on a swivel because you're moving all around? I said, he's probably got like 8. One day we got to see the setup. How many different charts you get up there? I've got this little, I look and see what everyone's doing right here and on my little screen. And I got to see Farm's looking over there and they just crack me up, man. I know I said he's taking in all these different points. So, yeah. Love you, my brother. You're the best. Yeah, I know. I'm sure you do. I can't wait to talk with you. I will see you tomorrow in person. My boy Farm.
Looking forward to it, Deli. We will see you. And if you were one of the Discord winners, FYI from yesterday, you will have an email probably today, possibly tomorrow. My admin's been out of town like I was, so we'll get that out shortly here.
All right, my brother. Thank you so much. I'll see you later. All right, everybody. It's Wednesday. It's Leo and Kane. But before we get to that, remember, we're going to be doing a giveaway today, and we're giving away silver coins for Shy's giveaway. We're giving away a lifetime license to NinjaTrader. So hopefully you signed up, and we're going to be doing that when I get the boys in here. But like somebody said in chat, and they're spot on, there's how many of people in here? There's 800 people in here right now, only 168 likes. And you guys don't know this, but Leo and Kane, these guys, they kind of got a little ego, man. They're going deli. Unless there's 250 likes, I'm not coming in there. That's the kind of things you guys don't hear behind the scenes. That they're whispering to me right now, going, get those likes up to 250. Otherwise, they're not coming in. That's what it is. Kane's sitting back. He's hammering a vape right now. Leo's probably stirring his espresso, going, I better see 250 likes on there soon before we get going. So do me a favor. Hit that like button. Hit subscribe. Because of you guys getting us to 150,000 subscribers, we were able to do all of these giveaways, and I hope you all have been having as much fun as we have been having with it. And again, once again, it's all about the people, man. It's all about the traders, and that's why I love doing this, and I know the guys love doing it. So look, we got the 250 likes. I got the word. They said that they're ready to come in. All right, it's time to trade the open with Kane and Leo.
I said 500, not 250. You shortchanged me.
Oh my God, you see this? Do you guys see what I'm dealing with here?
Why am I in? Put me back out in the green room.
Black them out. It's going to be me and Leo.
I never said anything. That was all Kane.
It was all me. Yeah, I was being a diva this morning. Woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
Well, when you're aligned with him now, Leo, in the morning, you get thrown under the same bus he does. I'm just letting you know. So this
by
is
association
it. It's
only.
a team. Yeah.
Oi, that's
It
me.
is.
Huh.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
look at that background Kane's got, though. What is? You're in Miami right now, aren't you?
yeah, I'm in Miami. Yeah, it's nice.
Cool, man.
I would have been good to get the view, but it's a little bit of a bad setup, so I just pointed it to the wall.
Yeah. Well, good morning, chat again. We got T-Trades in there. We're going to see him tomorrow as well. Does T-Trades, do you think he's going to come in to the event with like hooded, like he was just with like his T-Trades logo and just where his eyes are out so we can see him?
So I can ask him.
Is he?
But yeah, he's sitting right here. But he, I don't know. Maybe I'll bring someone else, and no one else will know that it's actually
No one will know.
T-Trade. Yeah, no one will know.
I mean, I'll know. I know what it looks like.
I'll
but I don't
know.
know if everybody brings somebody else. Who knows? He's not T-Trades. All right. Well, all right, guys. I'm about to do this giveaway. How are they going to tell me who's going to win here? Let's see. So we're giving away silver coins. I threw my head.
How many silver coins are we talking?
How many are we talking here? I think it's winners are in Slack. They're telling me. I've got Leo. Oh, we got to do Leo's giveaway as well today too. We'll get to that. So the lifetime license winner is 90 bid even. 90 bid even. It should be, just so you know, 90 bid,
Well-
even bid. But he
Oh.
won the lifetime license. Hopefully you're in chat. There he is. Nice. You won a lifetime license to NinjaTrader. And the coin winners so we're giving away 3 silver coins, so it's going to be a coin to each one of these winners. So it's going to be Mac Boney, Ricky Holloman, and Ed Fusek. Let's see you in chat.
And you do have to be present to win, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Paging Mac Boney. Mac Boney, please come to chat.
Boney.
There he is. He's here, present. Ricky Holloman. You here, Ricky? Oh, there's Ricky. I saw him. He's coming in the chat. And then Ed Fusek. TikTok, Ed. If not,
If I was Ricky, I would change my name to Ricky Bobby.
yeah, exactly. We just need to see if Ed Fusek is in here. We'll give him a minute. We'll give Ed a minute. If not, we're pulling somebody else. Yeah, I know, paging Ed Fusek. All right. So, hey, great to see that we made your day. That's awesome, man. I'm happy for you. That's great. I'm glad that you won that lifetime license. Again, everyone, thank you so much for participating in the giveaways. Leo, what's your giveaway today?
I'm giving away 1 year of free Order Flow Labs, personal setup help with me, and a free hat. So swag,
I
setup,
want to enter this giveaway.
and 1 year free OFL.
I need to enter. Where do I go to the comments?
I mean, of course, Leo goes into a 3-tier giveaway. Look at he's like the whole package. He's so organized, Kane. Did you notice this? Like he's like,
Yeah.
you
No,
get
I
a
mean, we
hat.
just have to give you, we're going to set you up properly, right?
Yeah.
So we're just
Leo doesn't
make sure you
half-ass
get
anything. It's
You're right. You're right about that.
He's just showing everyone
I
else
would-
up. We'll do 1.
He
He
is.
does 3. Like, okay,
Well, it's all one. It's just a whole package.
sure. If you say so.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think that Ed Fusek is going to forfeit. Does someone else want to win a silver coin? Pick someone else. Ed, we're going to
I'll
give you
take
the
it.
countdown.
I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it.
All right, Ed, we're redrawing. Chad says so. All right.
Wow, there's
someone
so
else
many
is
ways
going
to
to
enter
win.
the giveaway as well. You can check out the NinjaTrader Live Arena Cup, extra entry. If you
Exactly.
can prove it, it's an extra 6 entries. Damn.
Waiting to see who they're drawing. And there's this very intense process that goes behind the scenes here for picking it. Machine's picking right now. Let's see. Ooh, Red October. It's the hunt for Red October. Red October, you just won a silver coin.
How much is a silver coin worth? Because silver's
He
been on a
won.
tear.
I know. Like I said, if anybody wants to unload their silver, I'm 49 bid. Just physical, just let me know. DM me. That bid only lasts for today.
Gold drops
if it's
like
physical,
20%
yeah.
overnight, and you have to carry the offer.
Oh man. I know T-Trades is right. You're right. I don't wear hats. Why would you? Would you cover this up, T-Trades? Come on, man. You know that.
He's
You know
nodding
what's
his
cool?
head right
I'm
now.
gonna be able.
He's like, yeah,
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah. You know what's funny is I owe T-Trades a dinner, and now I'm gonna have to. Kane, you got to ask him. Can I bulk it in with like this dinner that I'm giving for 25 people that are coming in, or is it gonna be like me and him? We order a bottle of wine, we sit
What's
down.
the story
and,
behind the dinner?
The story behind the dinner is Deli bet that NQ wouldn't trade to a certain point, and then we went there instantly.
In an hour, though, Leo, he bet it. He goes, it's gonna do it by 9:00 or whatever it was, 9:30.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's
He's sneaky.
a one-on-one dinner. That's a romantic. You pay for everything dinner, not with other people, nothing else. Just one-on-one.
Just me and T. I know. Sit there. Get a little cab. Yeah,
Yes.
We'll get the steak come sliced to the table. Little béarnaise,
Yep.
asparagus. Yep.
Drop that.
Maybe
get
me.
that
Okay.
Salt Bay action.
Yeah. Gluten-free dessert. Like the espresso cake or something. right, we can go on and on about this all day. All right, guys. Well, I will see you soon. Appreciate both of you. Love Wednesdays. Always a lot of fun. Yeah, you guys take it from here. Look forward to seeing who wins Leo's organized giveaway. Make sure you all sign up for that. And that's it, my brothers. I will see you guys soon.
Thank you, Deli.
See you soon, brother. Mr.
Do you think
Tiger, how are
do
you?
you think he's just mad that he's not as organized as me?
Yeah, jealousy is an ugly look. Now you mention it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, to be honest.
All right, go ahead and sign up for the giveaway. It's a 1 year of free OFL, personal setup by me, and a free hat.
This makes the setup like basically instant because Leo's just gonna click a few buttons and everything's gonna work.
I mean, we'll give you the workspace and answer all questions and just go through it 100%.
Yeah. This is a very good giveaway.
Keep the hat. Damn. That was rough.
Wow, that's okay. Well, we'll double it and give it to the next person.
T-Trades, all right. What if I don't have that many hats left?
You better get on the phone to the supplier.
It's an in-home setup? No. Mm-mm.
PJ is
Not
crying
doing
over here, bro. As soon as he read that, he just started crying.
All
How
right,
are
what are
you?
we doing today? Are we selling this thing? You DM me and said you were ready to send this thing to get to
The
the Gouliag, but
Gouliag. The Gouliag.
it's just
Yeah, I don't know. I said that because last time I said that we did go down and I
we
would
did.
like it to go down before going up. So it was me really just coping a little bit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was coping. Yeah.
I mean, we sold yesterday from these 33s in the last, whatever. That was a Trump news candle right there.
Yep.
And then look at this, straight the hell up all night. Do
Yeah,
you think we're just going to continue this pattern of like straight up, straight down, straight up, straight down?
well, like for me right now, all I really want to see now is a 4-hour low to get taken so that we can like kind of go up a little bit. Because
So would that be the 87s?
it would
Yesterday's
be
low?
no, I would just like
I mean, I
yeah.
guess I should look at a 4-hour chart.
Well, 24,870, yeah. I wouldn't want
870.
yeah. 870 would be like an area that I bid it out of, by the looks of it. To be honest, yesterday was so clean for me, man. Like I had a pretty nice day yesterday. We caught 945 low, and then I basically caught the high and closed at the close. So it was really nice. But yesterday was really clean for me, so I'm probably not expecting a whole bunch today.
Yeah.
We've only gone up since the Globex open. Like it literally hasn't really pulled back. It's just been this slow infinite bid.
Yeah.
So I would welcome a nice little flush at the open.
Would
A
you
little bit-
trade it or would you just take
I'd sit it.
longs after it?
Yeah, I'd say longs after. It
Yeah.
depends. If we spike the high, hang around up there and then accept below, then I'll short it. But at the moment, ES is trading above yesterday's high. NQ is not. So yeah, this is a nice little gap up at this point, right?
Yeah, if they if they punch through the 050s, this
Yeah.
prior high from the 14th, overnight. So yesterday's overnight session.
Yeah.
That could be an interesting trade there.
Well, you would long or short?
Short.
Yeah.
I mean, if we get a reaction, I wouldn't just short
Of
it
course,
just for
yeah.
the sake of we get there, but
Get up there, see some absorption. except
But I
below a
think
little bit.
my primary trade would be if we do get a nice um pullback here, take out some of these stops, or at least just give like some better price for longs.
Mm.
There's really not a great spot. Maybe like at the edge of this high volume node here, like the 53s, or down to 13s, so like anywhere in that little zone.
953 or 853?
853
Yeah, I would love that. 853
to 824.
would be kind of perfect for me. Spike
Yeah.
850s, like just anything below 870s really for me.
Yeah.
Spike below 870s, give us some sort of 4 hour low, give us
Yeah.
something to play off. Because
Right.
like even when I look at the hourly chart, like, okay, I sit there and say to myself, where could I have got low off of some sort of hourly low, right? Because I can't really long without lows or highs, right? And I have I have three choices: 10 o'clock last night, 11 o'clock last night, or 7 a.m. So it's like, and they bought straight off of it. So they're definitely trying to buy it, but it's like I want to see some sort of pain before we continue because
Yeah.
that's just how I like to trade. So we'll see. But right now it's obviously just hella bullish. Hella.
Yeah. The more I look at that, the more I like that trade, that 870s.
Yeah.
Since Leo's getting a new couch, just give away his old one. I don't think you guys want the old one.
You're getting a new couch?
I was asking the chat to show me a new couch because our couch is like 8 years old. It's gone through two, 1.5 kids.
Yeah.
It's just, time
Is it
for an
not safe
upgrade.
to wait for the baby to grow up a little bit and then get one like next year?
I mean, yeah, it is. Yes,
But you want one now, which is fair enough.
sure.
Yeah. But yeah. How's the weather there?
It's still pretty warm.
It's warm as hell here.
Yeah, I mean, for October, we're in the 80s every day, so
Yeah. Yeah,
it's
it's
going to be 84 today, 82, 84.
yeah, I flew in and we had bad weather for like 2 days, and since then it's basically just been sun only. And it's been really nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
You went to the Dolphins game on Sunday?
Yeah, no, I did go to the Dolphins game on Sunday. So I flew in Friday night, went to an Alpha Futures event, which was really cool. Like just a bunch of traders um in Brickell. Went there. Jet lag kicked my ass, so I went home to bed. And then Saturday night we went out. We like chilled during the day, and then went out on Saturday night, and I was pretty hungover. And then on Sunday we had to move into the current house, so we were like between houses. So then Brett Trader just basically texted me just completely out of the blue. It was like, "Do you want to go to the Dolphins game?" So I went to the Dolphins game and watched them lose to the Chargers, which was a little bit unfortunate. I'm not really a massive American football fan. I don't really understand it too much. But it was cool to watch. Like I was walking up to the stadium and me and my friend were saying like it's kind of insane how American people are so into sports. Like this just doesn't exist in the UK like this. Like even football, it's it's not really a family game, it's like a guy's game. But like there are just so many kids, husbands and wives, like they make a full blown event out of it. And I really cannot get over, maybe chat can or you can really put me on, is why people go to the parking lot, set up like a whole entire setup, and then just watch the game on a TV. Like that.
Are you asking why people do that?
Yeah, like that makes no sense. Why would you not just do that at home?
I mean, I have the same question. I don't understand that part of American culture, but tailgating is it's a weird, like, it happens in college sports. I think it's even more predominant in college sports.
Right.
People will just like they have their spots where they go every game, and they'll set up at 6 a.m. or sometimes even the night before, and they have grills and TVs and like just everything to
Oh,
the gills.
honestly, some of these setups were like stupidly impressive, by the way.
Oh yeah,
Like they
yeah,
were
yeah,
crazy. Like they
yeah,
had
yeah,
like a
yeah.
dedicated car just for batteries, like to charge
Sure.
everything and to grill. And I was like, this is impressive, but like I don't know if that's more fun than going in the stadium. Like I can't imagine that is. And then it's like the whole other thing is like in the stadium, it's like the bars inside of the stadium are just full of people whilst the game is literally 30 yards the other way and they're just watching it on TV. And I'm like, hello? So
Yeah.
um
No, I went to a Oakland Raiders game. So just like if you don't know, Oakland in California, definitely a rougher spot of the North California area. And they're known for like being, a little hardcore. Um I showed up for an event there at a Raiders game late. We were like kickoff had already started, and we had to park in the back, like all the way at the back of the stadium, the last parking rows or whatever. So we had to walk through the entire parking lot, and I shit you not, it was like we were walking through like a Tupac music video. That's how crazy it was.
that sounds crazy.
Hmm.
Yeah. I don't know, chatter blasted me saying the European minds can't comprehend, but like I would just invite my friends to my house and like every Sunday be like, yeah, let's just get a TV on the wall. Like all yeah, I get like the atmosphere part of it. The thing I don't get is the location part of it because it just seems a bit like weird to go all the way to 100 yards from the game. That's the bit I don't understand is like the location part of it. Like the atmosphere, getting together, like all that stuff, I get, but it's like the location of the parking lot of the
Yeah.
game. That's the bit I can't understand.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I mean, look, we have we're big time OU Sooner fans, and we have a lot of friends and family that have tickets, season tickets, whatever. Like we can go to these games pretty much at will, and we usually just go to
Mm.
one maybe two per year, because the thing is even though like some of those seats are really great and close, you're still, you're button heads with everyone else that's there. It's a packed house. In the comfort of your home, you have unlimited, you know, booze or food or whatever for cheap, and
You can just sleep on the
you could
couch if
just
you drink a bit
hang
too
out.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
just like I don't know. I don't understand like I don't understand the whole, tailgating thing or just like being out at the stadium all day type of thing. Just not for me.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, like one thing like I said to the boys is like American culture with sports is really cool though. Like it is really impressive because it's
Yeah.
just like even when we were just walking out to the stadium, it's like the stadium is just so big. Like don't get me wrong, we have stadiums that big, but like not just an average sports team stadium in the country. Like these are just like Wembley, like Wembley's massive, but it's Wembley.
Mm.
It's like the home stadium of all big sport in the UK. But yeah, like growing up in America with sports, I imagine it's quite impressive. Like kids get involved in it. Like there's so many
Yeah.
sports and stuff like that. Like
Yeah.
I'm not like don't get me wrong, people. I'm not like dissing it. I'm just like so shocked about like the people going to the game to not go in. Like that just blows my mind.
Together
Yeah,
just to not show, like you don't
yeah,
even have tickets, right? You're there.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's
Yeah,
cool though.
I grew up playing baseball. I mean, um, from like first grade until, high school, I lived at the baseball fields all summer.
Mm,
I mean, my dad was a coach. My brother played as well. So, it was nonstop, just nothing but baseball. And we were both on all-star teams, that were traveling leagues. So we were either at the baseball fields locally or traveling to some tournament or whatever. I mean, that was life for us growing up.
No, that's not. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely jealous of that aspect. Like I said, if I imagine like growing up as like a small teenager to a young adult, sports would probably be a big part of my life. Where in the UK, I'm not really that into football, so I'm not that massively into sport in general. I played rugby, but it's like I don't want to say it's like a B tier sport in the UK because it's like one of the big, it's like for the country, it's one of the biggest countries for the sport, but it's, if you compare it to football, it's like non-existent, right? Like, can I
Yeah.
say football from a soccer perspective, right? For
Yeah.
everyone.
Do you guys have baseball? Like, is that a thing? Like, is
No,
that
that's just not a thing.
okay?
Like there are a few American football teams now. Um, like I would say like amateur teams. Uh, but again, it's not big. It's getting more popular, but it's I think like in 10 years it might be a sport in the UK, like an actual
Mhm.
like people go and watch it and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
for us, everything is football or rugby, and it's just an always or. And then you have like the cricket crowd that just don't do anything other than cricket.
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah. Ice hockey, there are some ice hockey teams, but again, like if you didn't know about it, you wouldn't know about it. You know, it's
All
not
the
like
cricket, all the cricket guys are like, "Hey, what about cricket?"
yeah, exactly, exactly. But that's the thing. Like I said, all the cricket guys are just like cricket only. Like they very rarely play another sport. And I get it. Like a lot of
Mhm.
my friends played cricket, so darts, yeah,
Curling.
that's just a pub game. That's just like you can't even call that sport. Anyway, chat, how are we? We doing well?
2 minutes till the open.
Yeah, Formula One's like a worldwide sport though, right? It's not really, it doesn't really have a location. I think it's actually very popular in most countries now. Cricket when drying paint is too fast paced. Literally, yeah. Cricket can be a hard watch. But again, cricket, and I've never been to like any of the big test matches in the UK. A couple of my friends have, but they're just an excuse for a piss up, right? Yeah, everyone just goes, gets drunk, spends all day in the sun, hopes the weather's good, and just socializes with their friends and hopefully watches a guy hit a six every so often. F1's good, right? Have you ever been to F1, Leo?
F1?
The Formula One.
No.
Like it's good to watch on a TV. This is the only sport I've ever witnessed in person, and I love Formula One, right? But
Mhm.
it's worse in person 99% of the time.
Yeah, I can't imagine because the car is just fucking. You get a one lap. Like
Yeah,
you just
like you see the cars for not even one lap, you see them for a corner.
right.
Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of silly.
Yeah, stuff like that, like NASCAR. I guess.
It's atmosphere at that point, right? Completely. And then
Yeah.
you make the same argument for the tailgating stuff. It's like, why go there when it's the worst thing? And I get it. I get it. I do get it. It's just I'd say the same thing to my friends that go to the Formula One to sit and watch it in a bar. I'm like, well, let's just all get together at a house and watch it. Like,
Mhm.
let's go. What were they gonna do? What are they gonna do
Let's
today,
see if
chat?
they close this gap here.
What's the full gap level on NQ?
47.
They really have to sell it down here. Yes, they do. 47.
Bunch of FOMC speakers today. They
Uh,
seem blah, not important. Honestly, we should all just have the Truth Social up so we can just be an alert as soon as Trump tweets something.
yeah, do it. Are we gonna be quick enough for it though? I
Yeah,
imagine
no.
not.
I think it's just the awareness of, not that you're going to react to that, but just sometimes it's nice to know when something's happened because of a catalyst versus just like market movement.
Yeah, no, agreed. Yeah. Well, what are we going to do if he decides to create cooking oil in the US? Oh,
Create what?
what was the tweet yesterday? He's going to make cooking oil in the US now.
Well, you know, they
The
won't buy our
markets.
soybeans. They don't know about the soybeans, you know.
Magical soybeans.
Mm-hmm.
Think you're going to try and push, and ES is just saying, fuck your push. We're going higher. Oh, boys, I'm a big horse racing fan, to be honest. I just read a
Really,
chat.
my father-in-law owns a racing horse.
Yeah, that is the thing. Like, but the thing is I can really enjoy watching that on the TV, where a lot of people can't. I really can like sit down and just watch that.
See, that's something that I would want to be there for.
Yeah. Like I'm
Because you can bet on it, you
of
know.
course. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm really big into just racing sports in general. Motorsport, horses, dogs, even like greyhound racing. Like growing up, my granddad was he was big into greyhound racing. Like he loved it. So we would go all the time and stuff like that. So and keep
Yeah,
might
my
just
father-in-law
flush.
got a racehorse with a couple other guys,
Yeah, like a little syndicate.
and they won first place in Dallas. They won second place in Dallas, and then they won second place here.
Yeah.
One of the thoroughbreds it competed against was in the Derby last year.
Okay.
So it's got like some potential.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all like there's something really majestic about a good racehorse, you know? There really is, especially if you go in person. And I'm really lucky that like we have some of the best races in the UK and the world.
Mm-hmm.
So and like the horses come from far and wide, and Royal Ascot is just always fun.
I bet you guys have some beautiful spots for horse races, right?
Yeah, we do. Yeah. Yeah. Pitbull Rocky's upset that we're just talking and not trading, Leo. He's really upset with us. We're just talking so much shit on the open.
Well, yeah, I'm just waiting for something
Yeah.
that I'd be looking for.
Yeah, me too.
I like to let the market open.
Me too, brother.
My friend Job would say, "Don't be jumping in this like a dragon with a hemorrhoid." He said that for 5 years. It's funny.
Is polo popular in the UK? Nah, not really. It's like a super rich person sport.
That's not a funny joke. Okay.
I for the record, I found it funny. So it's a personal
I
thing,
found
right?
it funny. Like a lot of people find it funny too, because
Yeah.
he repeats it sometimes. Every time he says it, I have a laugh.
Yeah.
Gap filled.
47. Oh yeah. Kane's waiting for 10 a.m. No, I took a 9:45 trade yesterday. Crazy, right? Absolutely crazy.
What?
I know, but sorry. Well,
What?
we closed the NQ gap and we took out that 9:45 low, that 9:30 low with 9:45, and we just bought the fucking hell out of that low. So and it just ran. You want to know the really sad part about it, Leo?
Yeah. What?
So you know how I like to go break even, and I typically go break even like 2-3 ticks, like cover some fees, and if it slips me, it slips me.
Mm.
Yesterday my break even was 2 points instead of 2 ticks, and this was purely just like a lazy thing from me, right? Like I just dragged it, was like, yeah, whatever, that'll be fine. Like, cool. It stopped me out break even to the tick, like literally the tick.
Oh.
So if my break even was actually where it was supposed to be, I would have caught like the low of the day. It took me out to the tick and immediately rebalanced, and it was just at the high. And I was like, well, this sucks. And a lot of people
Did you
say to
take that
me,
as a sign that you should F off for the day?
no, I then shorted the high. actually.
Okay.
Yeah. But like it was lucky because the high that I shorted, I mean, look, it was just, there was nothing really about it. It was just the ES took the overnight high and I was expecting some sort of pullback and then Trump tweeted. So it was a little bit lucky, but yeah, I was taken out. Yeah. Loads of people caught it and stuff, but I was really sad because it would have it would have started the week out really good. It was a bit like that.
When you say 10 a.m. candle, are you using UK or European time?
Oh yeah, everything
Neither.
it's EST.
American EST.
Yeah. You guys should all just get into the habit of like talking, and I know Leo will argue against this, but
I can't do it.
yeah.
Nope. I already know what you're saying. I refuse to. I've tried to convert times to EST and I always get it confused.
Yeah, but after a while, like I know 2:30 p.m. is 9:30 in the US, in the eastern New York, Florida. So
it's not for me.
Yeah, every time I basically speak Eastern time in all aspects of trading. Like I very rarely speak UK, European, any other time. Like I will actually have, in like your Google Calendar, you can set 2 time zones. I have the UK time zone and the EST time zone, and I typically look at the EST time zone more.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it's EDT right now. Can I let you on a little secret? I just do UTC -4. So
Wow.
no, I know I'm crazy.
What?
I know.
Every time we chat, I get a little more concerned.
Why?
You're like, you're doing math for UTC? I don't even know what the hell UTC time is. And then you're like, a UTC -4?
What?
What?
Yeah. Oh, it depends because the UK time changes with BST and GMT. So it depends which we're on. And then I can work that out to UTC and then I work UTC backwards. So it's like, yeah, I'm doing a little bit of mental arithmetic in my head, but
Yeah, I don't think doesn't sound right there. Oh, okay.
oh, this is crazy. The buyers on a yes are just not, they just come to play today. We took out an hourly low. That's one thing.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about potential long here, taking out the OR low, just kind of retesting, sitting here at yesterday's high. If this is going to continue higher, you'd want to see them hold here, but there's still quite a bit of selling. They're getting some progress on the downside.
Mm. If ES loses it's 9:30 low, then we may get that pullback to April. Quickly only gone up. ES is already making its statement and intent to go higher. I don't really want to fade that. So either we pull back and I get long and it trades through that level, or it plays out and we continue our bullish ways. But only I'm looking for longs. So looking for longs yesterday because I just think that this was a big flush for weekends.
Somebody sent me a DM, said that their CPA got long NQ on Friday and is still holding.
Oh, really? Depends what time you got long, I guess. But
well,
what a bad day to
doesn't
buy.
sound like it's pleasureful right now.
Yeah.
Apparently, he's still holding the position.
Yeah, it sounds like he's in a lot of pain.
I think it's just a one lot, but yeah, for sure.
One lot with that move is still a lot of money.
Oh, that's 30 grand.
Yeah. Well, you know what I'm gonna say.
What are you gonna say?
Sucks to suck.
Sucks to suck. You got to wear shades to see Kane's chart.
Um,
What chart am I using? This is a 700 volume chart. I bet the CPA is looking for more clients.
He's definitely
That's
looking for
true.
something.
Probably.
Oh, is it gonna get me? I'm in.
You're what are we doing here? You're in.
I'm long.
What are you in?
I'm long.
Okay.
Yeah. I just want to see this. I want to see ES just spike this high already.
It looks like it wants to.
Yeah.
ES can spike the high while we tag the OR med and NQ and send
maybe.
it.
I have a tight stop on it. So
No, I'm just messing.
no. I will look to cover this break even if we push up. They're trying to buy it.
Indeed.
Oh, ES is making a move for it, and NQ is not even moving. Yeah. I'm gonna hold it, but this is not looking too hot for NQ. That is for sure.
That mid
Was it?
strikes.
Did it hit?
Yep.
It's already taken the low. It's a tight range today.
TP1.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm out. This spike here with no movement from NQ was not too hot.
Damn,
But
and ES failed to take out the overnight high there.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oof.
But that spike was very, very spicy from ES and it
Damn.
went nowhere. Yeah. A little early. Yeah, to be honest, it was just an entry. I just this is not really my go-to setup. I was trying to play ES without trading ES. Yeah, Mike, we've gone over this a few times, buddy. The market is very bullish right now. It depends on your time horizon view. And we're just looking at different things. Boys and girls, I love the criticism, but statistically I'm better at this than most of you, so I appreciate feedback, but it's hilarious. I can afford to lose this, so don't worry about it.
Oh, did you take one trade that didn't work and the chat's trolling you?
Yeah,
Classic.
it's hilarious.
Love
Humble
that.
Kane. This is me being humble, to be honest.
Don't worry, a Reddit post is coming next, Kane. That's what happens.
Oh, I don't even read those. ES took the overnight high now. Right idea, just literally ES, this selling on ES just kicked in at the wrong time, and I don't want to be on the wrong side of that. So
I'm gonna try this short here, right
yeah,
off
it
this
makes a lot of
mid.
sense. Yeah. ES overnight high, NQ mid makes for a good short in my head. I just want to wait for a little bit.
Just need him to yank it and we'll be in a decent spot.
Yeah, they're going.
– There we go.
You
Take
don't
one
know.
off. Pull this guy here. That was a hell of a slam. Kind of a spicy opening chop here.
Yeah, because I could also see it buy back now.
I know,
And
right?
yeah.
I'm
It's
like,
a little.
man, maybe I should just take this off as just like, you know, it is what it is kind of
Well,
trade.
ES is like slowly making higher lows, and they're just
Mm-hmm.
buying it slowly off of the low every time.
Mm-hmm.
And the NQ just deviated that low one too many times. So yeah, it's there's a hot one. I'm hoping that it collapses for you. What is your entry and exit for when you guys are currently trading? We have different things for different entries and different exits for different things. You might get the break here. Yeah, it's a great trade. Your fate is in the hands of ES sellers. So
And they're working their way around this.
well, they're winning right now. They really are winning off that high.
Yeah, I'm about to take. This is a spot where I'm pretty happy with the trade.
Yeah, it's a good trade.
We do have the month open at 840.
Yeah,
That's that area that you know we're talking about. Yeah, I'm just gonna
Uh,
cover this now.
yeah. There's a lot
Take
there.
my money and run.
Take your money and run. Allow yourself to be out of the trade when we approach the area we've been talking about getting long on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good thing, right? We speak about that all the time. It's like sometimes we say something in the morning and then we're in a trade to that area, and when we get there, we're like, yeah, it could go a lot lower from here, and then it
Mm-hmm.
bounces, and we're annoyed. So
Aware mid. Statistically, like a very great trade. I don't take it all every time, but the context for this, like for me, was that overnight high getting taken out in ES. A lot of times that's going to get sold, and when it's when OR mid is right there, when that happens, um, it's already a great short on its own, and the fact that ES took out that high, um, you know, just gives you that added confluence that you know we often sell from those spikes, overnight
yeah,
high, overnight low type of thing. Good cover.
you're gonna give us the same trade as yesterday.
It's been nothing but selling. Like if you look at the you know the candles here from Delta Map, they're just, I mean, there's a few with some buy pressure, but it's all selling all morning. Pretty interesting.
This was the trade that played yesterday. This 9:45 low, 9:45 taking 9 a.m. low, and just buying it straight back.
We are short. Lower.
Yeah, it is. This is literally a blueprint of exactly what happened yesterday. Like talking from time, not structure, but you don't like the no wick, but yeah, ES took the overnight high, so it's really there's not a massive reason to go back there. But I would like it if they do. I would have just loved it if they fucking took us back down to those 870s, like we said.
That would have been nice.
That would have been really nice.
I should have bought my cover.
Yeah, it was a great cover. Great, great, great cover.
That V range strikes again. Don't have it on NinjaTrader yet, but it's a people in the chat are going to be talking about it. I'm sure. I already see a few comments.
Is volatility more of an indication of more people participating or big players making moves?
It's higher participation.
Yeah.
Think about this. When there's not many people to participate in a market, there aren't that many opinions being thrown around. And I view, the market as an auction where people have opinions about what's going to happen next, or just not opinions, but if you buy the market or sell the market, it's a reflection of a view that you're trying to take on the market, right? And the less of you, kind of agreeing or disagreeing about price, the less likely price is going to really need to move that much to, there's not many of you around. When that changes dramatically, there's all kinds of, back and forth, then that's going to drive price velocity and the rotations, because there's just so many more participants, with all these different opinions and different, expressions they want to put on the market. And so that participation increase in volume also tends to be an increase in velocity and volatility.
You're gonna go short again? You just stats around it playing
Me?
multiple
No.
times a day.
No. I think like the context of this being a short has changed once we take out that low and immediately bid out of it. So right here, I wouldn't normally just not take this. It may work. It may dump and make a new low, but for the way that I'm looking at this, I wouldn't want to be short here.
Yeah.
Because if you look at all these highs, what's more likely to happen is that these stops are going to get, are more likely to get run than hold, especially when it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times it's been tested this area. Or a buy and play? No. So for me, I've published stats on this trade, set up this OR mid. I usually just go with the direction of the first break. And so since we broke it to the downside, the OR mid would be a short, and then that setup is over essentially. If we go push above, and break out to the upside, and we come test it, basically what's happened at that point is we're just auctioning from, like we've tested one edge of the OR, we've tested the other side of the OR if it went to the upside, and now coming back into the middle, you're basically in the middle of the range. And I'm just not a huge fan of initiating new positions in the middle of the range. So I wouldn't really use that as an entry for a new long position, personally. No man's land. What are we looking at for 10 a.m. trade, Kane? Is there anything setting up?
Yeah, I mean, for me now, I would just want to see us spike the high and then,
This overnight high
yeah,
25.
yeah, just flush everything out on NQ. The reality for me now is like it's probably not going to play at 10. It's probably going to more likely play at 11.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like the logic for my long was getting long off the Audi low into the high would have kept me long from 9 to around 11, or at least
Mm-hmm.
long biased. But um, naturally, if we spike the high and there's a clean setup, I would just look to take it and just accept that it's probably high risk. But yeah, I don't. Context is important for me, and we didn't take out these 870s or 850s. They were
Mm-hmm.
like two areas I was looking to get super long off.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's like a spike a high, play back into the low, like max pain, right? Everyone's like giga bullish off this low now,
Mm-hmm.
play the high, ruin them, and then really like have a true move up. So that for me would be the most probable thing, but it has to play, right? It has to set up cleanly. Right now, I can't imagine it's going to because price is just very one way in both
Yeah.
situations.
Yeah, there's actually quite a few reference levels up here at the overnight high. It's last month's high, last month's value area high.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of reasons for this, to struggle above 50, what I'll say 50-50, 25-050.
Yeah, like ES trades into like 67.55,
Yep.
maybe even like 65. Like that 10-point push is really like an area that I'm looking for ES to respect out of. ES starts to respect out of there. NQ gives us a clean setup. I'll get short. Until then, I'm kind of just waiting. It's got to do something for me, but not really wanting to really short here without that overnight high now. Especially because ES is just there's been three hourly lows all day, and every time they've bought it off of it. So don't really want to be fading that right now. You want me to turn the stat map 4 hour profile on? Okay, so I can do that for you, brother.
I got a question, Kane.
Yeah, go on.
Are you excited about the NinjaTrader Arena Cup?
I am excited about it. I'm excited from a participation perspective. I have low expectations for myself though, because I don't typically do well when I have to force my trading. I'm not really one of those people, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm excited. What about you?
Yeah, I'm ready to have a fun day of trading with the boys
Yeah.
and Market Mommy. Um, you know,
Yep.
it's a cool opportunity for people that are, brand new or just it's free. There's the risk. There's no risk. There's no downside. 100K to the winner, and it's good fun.
Yeah, agreed.
I think it'll be pretty cool.
Why can't you sign up to the 11th? Um, the 3rd of November one? I don't think it's open yet. Um, I
They're
don't
still
actually.
filling the second round two.
Yeah. So ES is approaching that 6,755 level. NQ teasing that overnight high.
Yeah.
It's teasing it. So much luck involved in a one-day contest. Yeah, you can make that argument really, very strongly, right?
Well, it's 2 days. You have a qualifier round and then the final round. But yeah, I mean, some of that, there's some luck for sure. You don't want to be it's just kind of like trading, right? You don't want to take one day and call that your trend. Like if you have a losing day, that doesn't make you a losing trader. But I think the NinjaTrader also understands that most traders are interested in trading their own capital or whatever it might be, and want to make sure you get the full effect. A week long ordeal might not be as appealing for some people. Did we ever find out if you didn't qualify in one, can you register for the second or third?
I don't know that question. The
I don't
answer.
know either.
Nevin, I do, yeah, but they're just more higher time frame, especially when the range gets bigger. What if we take out previous day high? You can only go in one qualifier, the team said. What if we take out previous day high and short? Yeah, I mean that's currently what I'm looking at. I just want a yes to really push into that 655 level already. In
Well,
my
they said
respect,
if you register for multiple, you may be disqualified. So honor system, but you might get caught too.
wait, why disqualified? I imagine you're trying to game it, and they don't like that. Don't worry
Well,
about
let's see
it.
what happens here. We're at that spot.
Yeah.
See if they take out 2050 or 050. Top 10% make it to the championship.
You're busy on October 20th. Luckily, I think you can.
You could probably deregister for the 20th and sign up for another one.
Omid, don't worry, brother. They're not gonna be militant about it. They're not gonna, just purge you and say, yeah, you're disqualified from everything. You registered. They'll add some common sense to it, mate. Don't worry. Don't stress. You have high expectations for me. I have low expectations for me, Larry, so I'm glad one of us does.
Man, we just mooned right out of that.
Out of that cover, yeah.
It's crazy.
It was the best crazy cover in hindsight. We finally took that level. 6755 is
It's right there. It's right there.
it's there as well. Yeah. Now we just need to. We just want an impulse now to give it so we can re-accept below. Without that impulse, I can't really trade it. If we just here we go. Here we go. What's that indicator? Which one? The 4-hour open and the 4-hour M level ones, that one. I put them on for someone else. I don't actually use those. I just put them on for someone else.
What do you mean you put it on for someone else? Someone
Oh,
else would see it.
yeah. So someone else can see it. I use it's called a statistical map. It's just basically like it maps out statistically where the high or the low of the day is formed if we are bullish or bearish. It's a little bit complex to just explain like that, but it also has a 4-hour version. I just don't enable it, so it
Gotcha.
it marks out the 4-hour, like the 10 a.m. 4-hour open. So
Right.
statistically, in this instance, based on the data, it's 39 points from the open to the high before selling down to the low.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
Damn,
don't.
we are fucking mooning.
Yeah, sad that long. That is sad. Are the allegations true from Wieland? What are the allegations, brother? His rage bait bet on Sunday? You're talking about that bit?
Brenton, I hope you win.
So much for closing the gap. Well, we closed the gap on NQ, didn't we?
Last chance to register for the giveaway. 1 year of free OFL. Personal setup by me. And a free hat. So you get the swag, OFL for a year, and I'll walk you through it step by step. We got some offers at 25,100.
I think they're going to get
Seems
a
to
lot
be
of pain.
some liquidity up there.
You know, the best part about this giveaway is they get you to help set up their stuff. That's a
What's
pretty.
that?
So the best part about the giveaway is they get you helping them set it up.
You think that's the best part? I don't think so.
I think that's the best part, brother.
Tools for a year.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, I mean that's a lot of money saved, but you saying it up, it's pretty priceless to be honest.
That's kind of you. I think you're giving me too much credit.
You were both beefing on X. Yeah, Whelan does his rage bait bit for his affiliate sales, bro. And if you don't see that, then I don't really know what to say. I just stopped engaging because I have more important things to do than.
All right. If you see these, there's some offers here around these 96s. There's a little more higher. I'd be watching this for if they can slam enough into the offer. No reaction. So far, this is going to be an
Yeah,
important spot right here.
I agree. Yeah, the Wieland bit is always funny, but
I've talked to him. Actually, really cool guy. Versus what his Twitter persona can be sometimes.
Yeah.
I think he just does it for the
It's a bit
for the
yeah.
entertainment.
Yeah. No,
It's
I get that.
entertainment value. Yeah.
I understand that. Damn, they are really buying this.
Yeah, and there's so much offer. I mean, look at all these deltas right here at the highs. It's just like they're, so much offer at the highs. And the buyers are like, cool, give me some more. I would short this like quite frequently.
Yeah, I mean, I want to get short up here. There's just not a lot up here for me to get short off.
I'm eyeballing it. All right, I'll just take it with the one lot. A little late, but
Yeah.
if we start to push away from here, it should get a nice 20, 30 point trade.
We got to that area on ES as well. Everything's kind of aligning, just there's not really much of a setup here for me.
Yeah.
Kane made it while shorting. Good job, brother. I'll try these 96s if we get up there. Trading against hourly C3 expansion candle. Yeah. I'm aware. I kind of said that 11 is most likely the trade, which is why I've dropped some risk here. What's your entry?
93.
Okay, yeah. I'll join you at 96 if we get there. Yes, it's just in a really nice spot if it rejects out of here.
Yeah. I think they both are. But this might be short-lived little pullback.
Maybe. But we shall see. All we can do is plan the trade, and if the trade doesn't work, then it is what it is. I'm trading the 50Ks right now. I'm trading it both. Yeah. Sad times. They went without me. Yeah, as long as we don't take that low, I would still take this trade. This low.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just going to come out of this and just, I don't know. It's not an A+ for me, and normally I would just scalp that and let it run. And now that it's bidding right back, I'd rather just get out of it and just kind of wait and see if this is actually like changing context a little bit with all this offer delta up here, or if this context a little bit with all this offer delta up here, or if this is just a little micro pullback to continue higher. I still actually kind of like the 66 short. You were saying just to get in there.
96.50, yeah. That I
96.
literally just missed it by a tick. Otherwise, I'd have been in this now.
I don't know. Sometimes when I'm in a trade and I'm not totally sure, the best thing for me to do is just flatten up and then
Reassess.
reevaluate.
Yeah. No, that's smart. I think a lot of people have struggled to do that, right? So
Yeah.
okay, I'm in.
Kane is short.
I should just cover the high. Just so there's no fuckery. This is my break-even point. And the rest is in the hands of the NQ sellers or buyers. Kane gonna take
Yeah, it looks
another
good,
L as
actually.
usual.
Yeah, I like it now. Bid's starting to fall off a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that offer is just kind of persistently stacked up at the 90s.
Yeah, voltage. I didn't take anything pre-market today. I'm in the US, bro, so I literally woke up at 8 a.m. So, and if I'm that close to New York, I don't typically look for anything. I just jumped straight on the chart, did a little bit of, well, the market this morning was just kind of a bit boring for me. It was just buying. So for me, naturally, I just want to wait for the open and see what the open presents itself. Kind of had a plan to get long off of a bit of a lower area if we flushed a bit more. We didn't. I took a long and literally got caught in the deviation lower before this run. It was just a little bit annoying. But ES was the main idea for the trade, and ES played perfect. Thank you, just didn't play ball. So it is what it is. We scratch it out and we just move on. So it won't stop reloading. They will eventually, I'm sure.
Now, this is about the offer here. It's just persistently stacked up every time they push up into the 90s.
Yeah.
And bid falls off anytime sellers show up. So
ES has already taken out
damn,
my low. So realistically, I have to be break even here because if this buys and this divergence holds and pushes up,
we'll cheer your trade on. I'm not going to jump back in it. It's too late for me.
Leo doesn't trade a time-based chart, Monaco. He trades a volume-based chart. So the
How many
candles,
minutes? It depends on how many minutes it takes to fill a 700 volume chart.
yeah. So if the market was being hella crazy, Leo's chart could update every couple of seconds. But it's rare that happens. You're too scared to short here. Yeah, I mean, especially after ES now takes out this low. I mean, ES is trading down here right now. Where's my pen? ES is what was trading down here. So this is why I've covered, like I'm now break even. And especially if it now buys back, this just deviates the high. So the idea played, but sadly we just didn't trade lower to the area I wanted. And ideally it would be nice if they just continue pushing, but that's out of my control. Yeah, what do you think of gold right now, Leo?
I haven't looked. I traded it once, and we had a falling out, me and gold.
Yeah. How'd that work? Gold beat you to a
Gold
bulb.
gold took me out of a huge trade, and then it is what it is. I don't have any hard feelings. I'm not traumatized by it. I refuse to look at it right now.
No, that makes sense. It's very, very, very bullish, isn't it? So
If you look at the 4-hour chart on a 90-day 4-hour, it's literally straight up,
yeah.
only up.
How am I still in this? I'm not
Do
anymore.
candle closes have any significance for you? No, not for me. Not for me, my friend. But I will say T-Trades, super cool guy, and Kane, also super cool guy, have given me access to some of the stuff, how they trade it. And Kane's order flow curious. Maybe I'm Kane curious. T-Trade's
Whoa,
curious.
damn. You hope what's paper? Surprised didn't bring that stop way down. Jeez, the backseat traders today are crazy, by the way. Absolutely nuts.
They only show up when you're here.
Holy, yeah, guys, like absolutely just behave. Like
Behave. How does one learn about order flow? Honestly, the best way to do it, if you know nothing, is to go onto YouTube and start searching order flow. And Order Flow Labs has a lot of videos on YouTube that are free and give you some of the basics: time and sales, DOM, volume profile. Those are in the footprint. Like those are the key components. What is on these candles is basically information from the footprint. And these two things are from the volume profile. I'm not really showing a ton of Order Flow Lab stuff because I'm just not interested in honestly coming on stream and answering a bunch of questions about Order Flow Labs. I'm just kind of here to talk about trading. So like I intentionally just kind of leave my charts pretty bare bones. But the way to learn about order flow is to follow some good order flow traders on Twitter or people that talk about actual order flow, and learn about it through YouTube education. There's so much for free. I wouldn't pay anyone for any type of order flow training or trading or whatever, because there's so much for free. Now, if somebody has organized content that's reasonable cost, and that's, hey, the value of it is that it's structured, it's well organized, etc., it's still going to be some type of regurgitated information that's already out there for free. But the value is that you don't have to go search for every single little thing on YouTube.
yeah. I mean, DJ says this all the time. Like he has a course, right? But it's completely available for free on his YouTube. The course is just putting it in a structured, very nice, easy to read format.
Yeah. Oh, also, paintingthetape.net is it's a free website, and you can listen to podcasts that we talk about order flow. You can pick up things from my trading playbook, and pretty soon, well, already Stowe's put some stuff that he uses. XYZ and Nick's playbooks will also be out there, and those are also free, which is cool because you can see them trade on NinjaTrader Live, and read about some of the setups that that we all discuss on that website. So for example, that 5-minute OR short, very well covered in the stats and the trade setup, etc., on the website. I almost forgot about my own that web, that it's like, how do you learn about order flow? I'm like, I don't know, go on YouTube. And I spent all this time and effort to put a website out there that has some of that stuff too.
I use Funding futures. Do I recommend you build a buffer or take the money or take everything out? I would just say a blanket statement for any prop firm, really, is if the money is available to withdraw and take it to your bank account, you should do that 100% of the time.
If you could only use one order flow tool, what would it be? I would use the volume and delta profile, because they're actually the same tool. It's just a different way to display the information. That would be my one tool.
So no DOM.
Nope.
XY would be turning in his bed right now. He's probably getting out of bed with that pure statement.
I doubt it. I think he would actually agree with me.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he's a dom lover. What does LVP mean? It means logical break-even point. Sorry, I'm laughing at myself.
Do you ever use footprint charts? No. So all the information here is pulling from footprint data. So it allowed me to remove footprint charts from my, I could care less about what's happening on a specific footprint chart, because the data that I'm trying to get from the footprint is on my chart in one way or another.
My favorite prop firm, I have different prop firms for different things. Like there's just, is S&T important? I think divergence in the market shows decorrelation and shows, like for example, right now, NQ is at this high, ES is at this high. That means buyers are more present on NQ. If NQ decides to turn and ES decides to turn, for me, it just, it shows that sellers are actually more present in ES. That's kind of how I use that. So
SMT.
yeah, SMT divergence, yeah, whatever. So yeah. Should you take your payout if your account gets closed? Probably not. Well, it depends how much the account is. Again, the context is just so important in this space. There's no like set rule for everything. But I would just say general rule of thumb is if you have the money in the account and it's available to withdraw, you should take it. Numbers on a screen are not real. Numbers in a bank account are real. You can spend those things on real things and improve your life. And I would hope that most people trade for that reason. I don't know too many people that just love trading that much that they they're doing it to not improve their life.
Yeah.
Or for the money. There are obviously a few people that just love the game. And
Right.
they love the the PvP aspect of it. And
yeah.
But like I don't, and I will never tell anyone to do anything other than take the money.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they really sold it off that high. It was a good
Yeah,
cover, but
I was honestly like a itching trigger
same,
finger there.
same.
Fuck.
If we come back here, I'll try it once more, but this will probably be my last trade for the day. 12 point. I've been toying around with just, well, like 12.5 point stops. Oh, I should be in this. I'm glad I'm not. I'll self stop it on the way through if it comes back. And I bottom tick to sell.
Did you short it?
Yeah, I self stop. Well, I was going to be in it either way, so it's just an accountability thing for me. When it like pushes through and I don't have time to put the limit in, I just self stop it so that it should be in the trade. So I need to follow this to the correct spot. And then this is going to be the area that, let me look again. Yeah, this would be the area. Because I'm just super low time frame right now.
Without the delta profile and footprint.
No, I'm out. This was my last trade for the day, so it was an accountability thing.
Yeah. Oh, without delta profile, a footprint would be the best way to get delta info. Yes. You can set up your footprint charts with just delta. So I would set those up on like range bars. Or like my favorite would be like a Renko bar, a range bar, or a point and figure bar. I use like a 20 by 1 point and figure, or 1 by 20. I can't remember. I'm not a point and figure guy. I just like the way that it organizes the footprint chart for delta. Because what you're trying to do with delta information is you're trying to encapsulate the range where tons of offer or tons of bid is accumulating. So like this is a great example. From 104 to 115, this 10 point range, there's a ton of offer delta. And what that means is that sellers, passive sellers, are just loading the offer. So they're just like, hey, I'm offering 20, 30, 40, 100 lots at a time. And the buyers are lifting that offer, right? So they're filling those orders. So that passive offer is just, we want to see where that passive participation is, because usually what in the simplest terms, when price isn't moving and we see tons of delta accumulation at highs or lows like we're seeing right now, it's a great reversal opportunity. Now context is part of that too. And the reason that I haven't done anything is because look, we've gone straight up, we're going sideways. We do have this offer accumulation, but we're still in the context of everything that's happening right now. It's just like, do you really want to fade this? I mean, maybe if you're going to be aggressive about it, but you could also wait for that to break. Now you have the context of all of this passive offer that was out there. They broke, these 70s, and then look for that to retest, and then go for that retest trade to get short. But all that context is good, is good for awareness, right? So the reason that I use like range bars, tick bars, Renko bars, or point and figure is because they do a great job of organizing bar data so that you can capture those areas where those high delta zones are being put in. You can step in front of a train too. Sure. I love stepping in front of trains.
Jeez. Jeez. Yeah, we're not really going anywhere. Imagine this is just going to create the most of the volume up here for the day and not really go anywhere.
Yes, it's already put in a volume point of control. I put at 661. So a couple of points off of the highs.
Mm. Yeah, division. I can't make that choice for you, bro. I'm just sorry. I'm just giving you blanket advice that I think everyone should hear. If the money is there, you should take it. If that means you close your account, that's a choice you have to make, no one else. Sorry. Oh, I just realized I completely messed up my chart. Sorry, chat. Yeah, ES is playing NQ spiking highs over and over. Trump told me to tell Kane to short it to Valhalla. Thank you, brother. Take the money out and buy a straight to funded account. I think if you're having emotional instability on what you should do with money, you should probably just focus on growing that capital sustainably, not probably buy more accounts. Well, ES is playing well, and NQ is not.
So it sounds like Nick for a tick is coming up after us.
Damn.
Do you know what that means?
We have to steal all of his likes.
Pump the likes.
Yeah.
Pump
He
the
hasn't-
likes so that
Yeah.
Nick cannot get any more likes. And last chance, you can register right now for a 1-year free OFL personal setup by me on Zoom, not in-house. Somebody suggested in-house. No. And a free OFL hat. They are selling it up here for sure. $10 left. You have to be present to win. Must be in the chat. And you have to like it. If you don't like it, the stream, you can't win either. That's a new rule I just put in.
I thought that was a given, yeah. Kane, is that a US nobility hat? No, this is a Duke and Dexter hat, bro. You just bought it and it says the word Duke on it. I wonder if Stowe's long. I think Stowe's traveling today.
I don't know. I saw him posting a laptop picture screenshot of his NT application at the airport with a beer.
Damn.
Rules don't airport beers don't count for any rules or anything.
Oh yeah, I can have them whenever. Earlier the better, actually, I think. Tastes better.
Tastes better. Tastes better at the airport.
Yeah. When you know you're leaving, it's kind of, you know. ES is trading all the way down here at these 70s. It's now accepting back below that 55 level.
Damn, ES is
Yeah.
selling a little bit and Q's just chilling.
Chilling, yeah. It's what ran me out of that 5-minute trade.
Dow must be dumping.
The Dow must
Maybe.
be dumping.
Pull up the Dow.
It's pulling back. It's not dumping. It's basically ES and NQ, ES and Dow doing the same thing. And NQ is just like, fuck everyone else.
Yeah.
Kane, did you do a hair transplant? No, bro. I've just got good hair. The heck? It's my hairline. I was blessed with good hair, not good teeth. I've had my teeth done. And actually, then my teeth weren't bad. They just weren't great.
Is that like veneers?
Yeah, I had porcelain veneers. No shaving. No, no. Yes, breakdown. Yeah, back below those 755. That level we were looking at shorting out of. Thank you going nowhere. It's just worse than watching paint dry. Mm.
Oh,
It wasn't done for the day. This is a trade I could have taken, but I really am done. Not, I don't really want to play around with it up here. And then ES really breaks now.
yeah.
And it really goes. Yeah. Now they both break. Yeah. My dentist is based in where is he based? Hyde Corner, actually. Yeah. So just outside our park. Let's move these things. Yeah, Llama, we haven't gone anywhere because you've not been here. I'm glad you're back.
Llama, can you move the thing? Somebody get Trump to tweet something. Ugly highs are my favorite. The uglier the better. Unpopular opinion. I think the kids call it a hot take.
My dentist is called TKC Dental. Callum.
That's getting super personal.
He's based in London, bro.
Who's your doctor? Who takes your blood pressure?
Nah, it's fine.
What's your blood type?
It's like an hour and 30 minutes from my house, so I really don't mind saying that. Yeah. What's my socials? My social is underscore trader Kane. There you go, Darren. I know that's not what you meant, but that's what you're getting.
What does an ugly high look like? I don't have any good examples right now. Like this, it's pretty ugly. Basically just a bunch of equal highs. I mean, kind of like what we're seeing right here. I was about to do a mom joke on those ugly highs. Ooh, Let's see that. Let's see it. Come on, Juan. Be bold. Met Kane at the prop event a couple of weeks ago. Can't believe how tall you actually are. 6'5"? Are you 6'5"?
Yeah, I'm 6'5", Callum will vouch. He fancies me? No, I think people just really lie about their height, and I don't.
How tall is 2,000 feet is tall?
2,000 feet? I think he means 200 centimeters.
Would you? I wouldn't, because I don't have a long here in my playbook. Unless I was feeling spicy and just buying, there's a volume profile here. There's the edge of it. You can see kind of this range we're building. Unless I was, wanting to just trade this range, I would be buying the low edge of this range here. With a very tight stop, looking for the other side of it. It's just not my favorite thing to do with with my trading account. I described a short setup up here at the top of this range.
Yeah, there's nothing up here for me right now. Yeah, Sandy, I was super low time frame because everything was like I'd already planned to trade out. So if price went too much higher, it kind of invalidated it for me. So I was just looking lower time frame for an entry. I do have lower time frame entries, like 30-second, 15-second entry playbooks, but it's not something I actively speak about a whole bunch because it's a recipe for getting cooked most of the time.
Would you say it's not your cup of tea or spot of tea? That's a funny joke because you're from the UK and they're talking about tea.
I got that.
Did you?
Yeah, I got that. Yeah. Should you go with Funding Ticks, Lucid, or something else? Depends what you're trying to do, my boy. Big fans of Lucid. Funding Ticks are good.
All right. Darian laughed. 10 seconds for the giveaway. 10 seconds.
10 seconds. If
we announce who wins 1 year of free OFL, a free hat, and personal setup by Leo. And that's it. Just those 3 things.
So if it's not my name,
Who is gonna win?
If it's not my name, we just have to repull. That's the deal, right? Production. Oh, yeah, they said yes.
I don't think you're allowed to win, Kane.
That's crazy. What? Why not? I'm not allowed to enter any of the other giveaways because they're physical goods, but I'm allowed to enter the digital goods giveaways. There you go. ES is breaking now.
Let's see if we have
heard you're doing a giveaway. It's like, okay, let's sell it.
How tall is the big cat? I am 6'2". My dad, funny enough, is 6'6".
Jeez.
Yeah. He's 1 inch taller than you.
Okay, interesting fact. I'm 196.5 centimeters, which is dead on between 6'4" and 6'5".
Okay, we got a winner. We got a winner. Brian
Trader Kane.
Kreider.
Congrats, Brian.
Are you in the chat, Brian?
Let's have a look. Did Brian?
If I demolished your name, very sorry. Got to be present to win. Got to be present to win. I once again pronounced man dude incorrectly.
Brian Kreider. He said, that's me.
Where is he?
Brian CRY. Let me have a look. Let's see. Brian. Yeah, that's the only.
Yes. Okay.
They're the only two Brians. So
Yeah, Brian
this
Cry.
has to be him. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Congrats,
you.
Brian.
Congrats, Brian. Team
Winner,
will reach
winner.
out. Team will reach out on email to the email you entered. That's how you entered it correctly.
The NinjaTrader team will put you and I in touch, and we'll get you set up.
Congrats. Best giveaway yet.
I don't know. Those glasses were pretty dapper.
Yeah, but Chris got to give away a Herman Miller chair. That was kind of
Oh
sick.
shit!
Yeah. That was. I feel like I got. I feel like I got
What?
robbed a little bit with the glasses. Yeah.
Damn.
Right. I know. So confused when I saw that. Thought we were giving away things that were personal to us. Chris was like, "No, I'm trying to give away a chair." Best tea brand? Okay, I've only really ever drunk one brand of tea because that's typically, well, that's just, yeah. My family only drink that tea and it's cooperative branded tea. Yeah, I know, so upsetting for a lot of people, but
Wait, who did Nick do his giveaway? Did he give away a brisket?
oh, I don't know, did he?
Nick, shake your head if you did your giveaway. You did your giveaway, and he gave away brisket from Snake River.
Oh,
Nice.
pretty sick giveaway. Ooh, I'm just sad I can't win any physical goods. I'm gonna go sulk.
I was the final giveaway. They saved the best for last.
That's weird because they asked me to do another one next week.
No, they didn't. Don't lie.
He's like heart shattered. Sandy, I identify as Brian K. Me too, Sandy. Me too. I don't envy Nick having to trade this afternoon now, to be honest. He's shaking his head and rolling his eyes right now, chat.
Nick and I are also going to be on for the trade the close today. I'm pulling double duty.
Dang.
Yep.
I'm gonna be on tomorrow as well. And the day
No.
after. Oh, I thought they just had you like filling in both
No.
one.
No.
Trading Nautilus. Next giveaway 152k subs.
The next big thing is the arena competition, the Arena
Yeah.
Cup. And the winner for each qualifying round, for us, gets some bragging rights. So I wonder who's going to get those bragging rights.
Yeah, I'm taking the unders on me, to be honest. That's a sure bet.
I think that's actually bullish.
Yeah. It depends when the cup opens. If it opens at the close, like the daily, like the Globex Open, yeah, maybe.
No, it opens at
8:30, right?
RTH.
Oh, so then no.
And it goes, it's just for one full RTH session.
$3K a year for OFL. Yeah, it was a big giveaway.
It's so funny to look at the deltas here and the deltas here and understand why we're stuck in this range.
Yeah. What's this volume profile? Is this just a double distribution day?
Right now it's just a P-shaped profile.
Okay.
I mean, we're building out like a P-shaped distribution. It's kind of like a short covering rally. I mean, if they can extend it, higher later in the session, then obviously that story kind of changes. But seems to be just a short cover type of move, which makes sense. I mean, sellers definitely got squeezed from yesterday and all this selling this morning. So no need to overcomplicate it. Where do you find info about the NinjaTrader competition? It is pinned in the chat and you can register now. Shouldn't the short covering bring price up? Yes, price went from down here straight up 100 and I don't know how many points, and now we're pausing. Hey, Nick.
There we go. I was still muted. What's up, guys?
How are you?
Congratulations. You have won the opportunity to trade the 30-point range in NQ and whatever the hell ES is doing.
That's like a normal afternoon for me. So,
yep. So
perfect.
You are right at home. So you gave away 1 brisket, 2 briskets. Like, what'd you give away?
I gave away the option of a brisket or ribeyes from Snake River.
Okay.
The individual, because, and there's a method to my madness with this. I did not want to give somebody a project that they may have not had the tools or the ability to actually complete. A brisket
that's a good call.
Is not overly difficult, but if you've never done one and you don't have a smoker, it could be a disaster.
Yeah.
So that was the option, but it presents an opportunity because if you don't have a smoker and you've been interested for a while, here's an excuse to go buy one.
Yes. So you win a free brisket, but you spend $800 on a smoker. Makes sense.
Yeah.
That's some fucking girl math right there.
Basically, I learned from my wife. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, I got this free brisket, but I have to buy an $800 smoker to cook it.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a good excuse, though.
But think about all the things we're going to be able to cook in the future. So basically, we saved money.
A friend of mine just recently got a smoker, and after probably 3 years of me trying to convince him to get one, and he legit just sends me like smoker picture, like meat pictures now. He's like, oh, my wife will not stop letting me cook. I'm like, that's great. That's what you want. I don't know. It's a big win. Can we change your name to Nick for a brisket, at least just for today's stream?
I mean, they're going to do that. So, and the individual who won has requested the brisket, I believe. So they're going to take it on. But I also believe they don't have a smoker. So we'll see how that works out.
Is brisket expensive? Like, this is not a world I live in.
It can be. The Snake River Farms briskets are American Wagyu, so they're a blend between an American cow and a Wagyu. And so they are, $200 for 10, 12 pounds of meat or 17 pounds of meat, but you only rent, like actual renders, like 10 pounds after you trim it and cook it.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but you can get a good, like, prime cut brisket for like 100, 120.
Costco, yeah.
Costco.
All day.
And Costco's are good too. Like, they actually do cook very well.
Mm-hmm.
I am short in this range. Was hoping for it to break, but I've also been in this trade for a very long time, it feels like.
Let's see it.
I would have bet you would have traded it yesterday.
I had like a throbbing headache when I woke up, and I still need to pack and everything else. And I get travel anxiety. This is also the first time I'm going to be leaving my daughter. So I don't know. I'm like weird today. So I didn't really trade off the open.
That makes sense.
And then got stuck in this range.
Well, Nick, should we let you lead this party? And I'll see you later this afternoon.
Yep.
Good luck, boys.
Sounds good.
Ciao.
All right. See ya.
Later, boys.
Bye.
Chat, how we doing? Probably going to get stopped out of this. I'm losing optimism every second that I'm still in this trade. This just feels like a situation where they're just going to, I mean, I see the likelihood at this point of us breaking higher more than I see us losing this range to the downside. I feel like we were going to lose it. It would have already happened by now. Dio, you can see my stop. It is at a new high of the day. Philip, you are long and you hope I get stopped out. Well, that's not very nice. But I don't blame you, because that may actually be the right trade. I mean, this has given me like several moments of hope that we were going to break forcefully below 80s, and it just has not happened. So we'll see. How's everyone else been doing today? Like I said, I missed all of this. I probably would have tried to take a short down here. And probably would have taken a stop out somewhere trying to short near the overnight highs or something. So we'll see. Hey, John, Larry. Nick, I don't have a Blackstone. I have been wanting one, but my wife says I don't need another grill. But I also feel like I need just a simple, like, propane powered one, because there's all those times like I just want to grill a couple chicken breasts or make burgers really quick, and I don't want to create a whole ordeal of like using my charcoal chimney or, you know, just the other things that my other grills kind of need to function. So I kind of want one. I want like it, if they make a good one that's gives you that, but also gives you like some like a normal grill top or any, I don't know. I've never really researched them outside of just getting a Blackstone, which is probably what I'll end up doing. Because I'm going to cook burgers. I'd rather cook it on a Blackstone. Can we please lose this range so that I can be happy? I really wasn't even planning on trading today because I'm going to be trading the close with Leo as well. And then I have to get ready to leave and then deal with traffic heading to DFW's airport, which is not going to be great at rush hour here. So yeah, my brain's all over the place. And as I said, it's the first time I'm leaving my 11-month-old since she was born. So that's weird. Come on. No, they're not going to do this, are they? Composite Trader, yes. XYZ is supposed to be getting I got 4th place in the Arena Challenge competition. I think it was supposed to be a robe, though. Like, we were going to order him a robe from like a really cheap Amazon robe and just have it embroidered or something. The winner, so I got a first class ticket for my return flight back from Naples this weekend. So on Saturday, I will have a nice trip home back to Dallas in style. Matt, yes, I'm in the DFW area. Yeah, I feel like the world is just locked in on Truth Social at this point, just waiting for something to happen. But we situations like yesterday where apparently it mattered to somebody about soybeans, and then I guess it was just more the escalation of anything within the trade war, and then of course naturally we buy the dip off that, and I wake up to us screaming towards 25K, and I sit there and say, so they're really not going to give me any great entries to get into a longer term long, and I got stopped out around. What was it? 24,000 for like 460s. I got kind of ran over And my entry should have been around 430s yesterday for that long. So I missed like the low of the day long, and then took some paper cuts trying to short it before you were kind of truly in trend mode. So fun day yesterday. Butters, no. I've actually never done like a true American Wagyu brisket. I think personally, I think it's kind of a waste of the meat. I mean, I guess the cow is fed and raised that way. Like you obviously still have that cut. I just think it just doesn't. I mean, the fat would render really well, but I don't know. I've never tried one. Maybe it would be really good, but it also seems like it'd be less tender and really just kind of fatty, if that makes any sense. I don't know. Maybe someone can tell me that I'm wrong, but I also don't think I could justify that cost of a brisket to do a Wagyu, because I just don't think you need it, because you're still just covering it in salt, pepper, garlic, and I also could see it kind of getting very like almost dissolving versus having a little bite still to it because of all the fat. Are we finally going to do it? Are we finally going to stop me out? Yeah, Larry, that was kind of the headspace I was in last night and this morning, oddly enough. It kind of like hit me, and it's just weird. And yeah, I know it'll be good, because I also haven't, since I got laid off, I haven't really taken any major like work trips for fun, like by myself. It's always been, quick travel to see family and things. So I think it'll be good for me. I haven't done that since 2022. They keep giving me hope, guys, that this is going to actually break and fall back towards the opening range. Nick, what must happen for you to close a trade in a small loss before it goes to your stop? I mean, we've almost nicked my stop several times, and at this point, I'm comfortable just taking the stop. If we were to like break this, and then like the anchored VWAP from the low of the day, excuse me, is kind of sitting around like 60s, 65s. So if we were to break this and I found a bounce somewhere right there, like I'm probably out. So that's Nautilus. That's kind of what I'm watching, is just if we do in fact break this and we kind of recover or rebid off that like 60s area, then I'm out. Because that's where that anchored VWAP is from low of the day. So I'm hoping just for a flush back towards the overnight high. I think Leo was talking about this as I was kind of listening, but there's a bunch of like MGI, like previous month value area high, the overnight high, kind of a couple other things like sitting right here. So that's why my cover is also there. Yes, this is an incredibly ugly range. This always seems to be like the situation I get stuck in when I'm on the show. It gives you like one good move, and then if you're patient, more like me, like I'm gonna wait, and you're not taking this long just yet when we've kind of been bearish off the open, and then it does this, and then you get stuck trying to find a trade there. So such is life. It's funny, the last few days, I really am like waking up and have absolutely no idea what I'm going to wake up to anymore. Because you have mornings like yesterday that look super bearish. And then you get a nice flush off the open that makes it look even more bearish. Like, hey, maybe we're going to take out Friday's lows. And then it's bid with the veracity of a thousand suns kind of thing. And here we are back above 25K and 200 points off the all-time high. Who would have thunk it? And I think Stowe and I were talking about it Monday, and I know we kind of cleaned up. I don't have my long time frame chart ready to go, but I can't remember. Did NQ actually fill its? I know we don't really call these gaps, but did it fill that gap from Sunday? I didn't even look this morning. Because yesterday I was frustrated getting stopped out of my low of the day long and then taking a paper cup that I was just kind of like, I'm done. Frustrating day. All right, I'm not gonna take a loss on this trade if it comes back up here. NQ did, ES did not. Okay, thanks, Phoenix. Yeah, I think so and I were talking about it where weirdly enough, even if yesterday morning like didn't happen, I was kind of in the camp that I could have seen that gap potentially not filling into rollover, like us just not going back down there and us making new all-time highs into year end. Like that kind of made sense. I think at this point, everyone's just calling Trump's bluff. So I would like to get one of these off at the overnight high and then just kind of let the runner play out, but we'll see. I don't know. So this is that anchored VWAP spot from the low of the day that we're kind of stuck at. So I'm also just casually watching, finger on flatten button here too. Vintage trader, yes, I am short. Come on. Are we really just going to bounce right there? Did I really telegraph that out in the universe that we were going to bounce off the anchored VWAP and now it's going to happen and make me early flatten this trade? Come on. Like I really didn't think that was going to happen. I thought this might be a possibility, but are we really going to do that right now? But I've been in this trade for a very long time too, guys. Like shortly after initial balance got set, I've been sitting in this. Yes, it does feel like time is distorted when you're in a short like this. Oh, man. All right, I'm out. Delta's going to flip there and it's going to go. Well, I did call exactly what might happen there with that bounce off the dang anchored VWAP. So we'll see. If it continues lower, it continues lower. But I'm just, if it comes back into that range, I think the probability of us making a new high of the day is pretty likely. Well, let's hope we don't just get stuck in this node for the rest of this this hour, because that wouldn't be fun. But yeah, I'll take a $700 win or whatever it was. Yes, it is in fact watching paint dry today. And now watch it roll over. Let's see if Nick taking the stop meme still comes into play. How many years have you been trading You said you got cut from your job. Yeah. So I have been trading, actively trading since, actively trading is a loose word there. Actively kind of watching and being involved in the markets more than I probably had to was back in like the end of 2018 when Powell started raising rates and it got a little crazy there. So that kind of was what made me I got bit by the bug a little bit and actually wanted to be involved and actually was day trading a little bit more. And then 2020 really obviously got heavily involved with options, found futures in 2021, and then got laid off from my job in the Mag 7 world in early, like the first round of layoffs in like 2023 that like everyone was going through. And then I've been doing this full time ever since. It kind of became like it's something I was still doing. Like I was good at it. I was making money, but it wasn't like replacing income. It was like side hustle money. Like I was, making a few $1,000s a month here and there, trading futures. It was pretty easy. Like I wasn't like putting a ton at risk, and doing that with a job. So, and then suddenly you lose the job and then things like, having to survive after a severance kind of kicked in, and then you started kind of getting better at this. And then eventually I just gave up on finding a new job after somebody made me a nice offer and then they rescinded said job opportunity. So that was kind of what made me like fully dive in. Like I'm doing this full time. Like I can't be 50% looking for a new job and then 10% trying to trade, which is trading's the only thing paying my bills. So eventually I just kind of dive full throttle into it. And at that point I was already kind of profitable with it, but started continuing to get better, and eventually it kind of replaced my true income. So chaotic little story. I think that's not something that everybody goes through, and I don't recommend full-time trading or quitting your job to do this by any means. It's the terrible idea. The ups and downs that I've gone through mentally, emotionally, financially, the last couple of years would be kind of crazy to most people, but we're still here and we're doing fine. Wife's now a full-time mom. And, I'm doing this to support a little one too. So I guess I've done some things right. Nick, what if you short again at your original entry? Would be a free trade with the small profit you just took? Yeah, Richie, I could see it potentially. Like that kind of was this, I guess, where I was looking to get out. Honestly, I saw this, my little Delta Flip star there and the bounce almost cleanly off the anchored VWAP. It just kind of spooks you out of the trade a little bit. Maybe I should have covered one there and then just kind of been holding the runner still. That I can hindsight that all day long. But then we kind of come up, we test the bottom of this little node here and then start moving down again. So more of a hesitation cover, but I was in that trade for a very long time. Like if I got that initial move kind of after I had entered and wasn't entered like here, like I was, like as soon as the candles here started kind of flipping negative is basically where I started entering. I might have continued to let this trade play out, but I was in that for a very long time. I was debating on time stopping myself several times around break even, just to let the market do what it was going to do and then try to find another trade. So it's all good so far. I guess 50 points from my entry. So it is what it is. Nick, according to the Delta profile, what are we waiting for? At this point, it looks like we're going to rotate back down towards the, overnight high, the opening range high down here, maybe fill in some of this volume from the session. I could see, in the event where we've kind of, I would say, built acceptance at this point over 25K, unless something else comes into play today. So I could see us kind of trading in this zone for the remainder of the session. So we'll see. Yeah, I think Leo was saying how we were kind of developing a P-shaped profile, but now it could turn into more of a range bound, D-shaped day if we were to do that, where we kind of just continue to hold maybe the 980s to 2580s and change. But we'll see. A lot can happen. it could be a very boring afternoon. We have the Euro close coming up here in 9 minutes. So we'll see. Yes, trading will in fact make you cry sometimes. Never cried at my desk, but man, this game will beat you down at times. And I've learned the like the self-discovery side of this game. It would have been hit me very different in my 20s or in my single days, like before I was, engaged or had even a partner that I was planning to spend the rest of my life with. Like even before that, I could see the ups and downs of this game would not have shaken me as much as it has the last few years of, having a partner and then having a kid. It just changes the entire equation. I think it's just very different to do now, even from probably what it was, to do it in the pits back in the day. It's just probably a little different now when there's, you're doing this alone in a dark room if you're trying to do it a lot of the time. Like that's really how I was doing it. And I've been fortunate enough to, I guess, use the one thing I have taken into this game, I guess, from the old world is like I've networked, I've talked to people, I've met a lot of great people, and they've offered guidance, advice at times. I've obviously I've met a lot of cool people doing NT Live, so it's just has been like that way of kind of networking and talking to people, I guess, taking from my old 9-to-5 life has helped me shorten the learning curve in this game that I think a lot of people have to go through at times. Yes. And NJ, yes, yet. Nick has yet to cry at his desk yet. That is a very key distinction. Nick, do all you guys trade minis, or does anyone actually trade micros over there? Tom, so I will randomly trade micros. Like I was scaling into micros to maybe the size of like 2 minis back in the liberation days of March and April. Like, but at that point, like me trading a mini or two or trying to build into my full size would have been insanity, because within a second of marketing in, my stop was getting triggered. Even with like I had to adjust my like my at the market strategies, because basically I would enter even one micro and it was auto defaulting 15 points as like my usual default stop, and then I kind of will adjust it from there based on market structure. So a lot of the time when volatility is higher or when the spread's getting a little wonky, like I would rather be in micros and take a good minute or so in a 30, let's call it a 30-point range, to kind of build into a position with higher volatility and not get stopped out, versus me trying to go in full throttle like I do at times with 2-3 minis and NQ with 50-point stop and hope to God during high volatility it doesn't get tagged in 3 seconds. And I think in March and April we were seeing that. So I think a lot of us were sized down to micros, but there's always situations. And if you listen to the latest episode of Painting the Tape, which we did an absolute horrible job of promoting the latest drop in the podcast, but we talked about execution and we talked about scaling in and things like that too. So there's some nuggets in there, but I have historically always traded minis, but when the ranges tick up a little bit, I would rather build into minis with micros and just eat the commissions. Man, they really just killed the range today. You get the one move off the open for 100 points, 200 points, excuse me. Gosh, that really was 200 points, like straight up off the IB low in like 15 minutes. That's annoying. I just realized that. And now they're just parking the bus. Flight here. Good morning. And now, where is that off of 50? The S&P is just bit off 6,700 and call it a day. Sounds fun. Jay Black, I'm trading on NC Live, sir. Hey Job, good morning. And thank you, sir. It's definitely the life and trading balance, I think, for a lot of young folks in this game that are still learning, getting their start somewhere, trading futures, trading equities, just getting exposure to this world. And I think the barrier for entry has dropped so much that there are so many ways people get exposed to trading futures, opening their personal brokerage account, whatever it is. And I think nobody really talks about that, the other side of that coin, where all of the things that can hit you on the mental side when you do that, and how it affects you, how it affects your home life, all that fun stuff. And yes, Vintage Trader will happily remind me, if you guys have not already, hit the thumbs up button for us here today. I'm just going to take credit for at least 200 of these likes so far, because I didn't check the numbers from Leo and Kane before I jumped on. So I'm going to just naturally take credit for any and all effort that they may have put in to get you guys to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. If you haven't, we've been celebrating 150,000 subscribers last week and this week, as Jim has set the new quota for 200,000. And I think we can get there someday. Yeah, I would agree. The psychology in trading is easily one of the hardest things to master. It's a constant game too, because I've been very, I would say, vocal about the equation can constantly change, and it can change based on current life standings. It can change based on just when you're in a euphoric run where you're just hot and you're pressing it and you're making a ton of money. And I said this to Stowe I said it to Stowe on Monday, because I've had this mindset, and you always feel these ways in drawdowns versus when you're printing money in theory. But if you were to look at a big month that you had, like let's say you had a great September, you're having a great October, and I looked at you knowing November's the holidays, things kind of slow down. We may get some volatility. We always tend to, for some reason, between the Santa Claus rally and kind of just the weird volatility that hits around Christmas and Christmas Eve. Oddly enough, it always seems to. We get some weakness, and it's kind of fun to trade. But with those like lower volume type parts of the year, and if you looked at your October and you had a great October, and I were to say to you, hey, let's say over the next 3 months you're going to make that, but you're not allowed to trade. Like, would you take that deal October 1st? And I've been trying to think about that a little more, and not necessarily to keep me out of taking trades for the next 2 months. Like, I'm not going to do that, but it just kind of puts it into perspective. And when you think of that coming from like a 9-to-5 world, it kind of would make sense, where maybe you size down, maybe you take some different types of trades. Maybe you just don't trade every day, whatever it is. You wait for the right opportunities. You're a lot more picky with your entries, whatever makes the most sense. But that has stuck with me recently, after a big month, kind of extrapolating that into a quarter. And it's like, for me, coming from an old, several hats that I used to wear, but when I was coming up in my career and doing like enterprise software sales, and it's like, you look at that for a commission check over a quarter, it's like, yeah, I would take that every time, 10 times out of 10. So just a different way to think about it, I guess, when you're doing this from a full-time journey. I mean, we're going to probably come down and tap my original take profit here at the overnight high. And like I said, September's value area high and a couple other pieces of MGI that's just sitting there kind of right around the 30 mark. But this is like just a slow march back into the opening range. So I guess unless we got some sort of volatility event that actually sparked some life into this market. I know we just had the euro close come and go, but I just kind of naturally would see us maybe bidding off like the 980s, the opening range mid here, and maybe settling there. But we'll see. We'll see if sellers are for real here now that we've kind of broken that P-shaped profile for the session. Yes, Trump always needs to talk because he just sparks some life into this market, at least from a two-way trade perspective. But here we go. This was my first take profit, and my other probably would have been back inside of the opening range, probably down towards the 5-minute opening range mid. So, okay, we got the move. Thank God for that. But how long did that take? 90 minutes from when I basically entered that trade, which is crazy. So I want to see what happens down here because it was kind of, what happens like right here. I was doing this on the wrong NQ chart because we kind of were using this as resistance in the early part of today. And then we just obviously blew through it. So I'd be curious that the overnight VWAP's there. The lovely Joe Pivot is there, which sometimes just drives me insane. Like, sometimes you just want to delete it. And then Leo's 5-minute mid sitting right there. So you got that confluence as well as even like that's basically kind of sitting at the value area low for the session too, down here at like the 975s. So I'm going to kind of watch for a reaction there potentially. If not, maybe we unwind and we trap all this volume up here and we get a nice violent move back down. Tom, I consider the 5-minute is what I have in my charts, and I've been playing around on one of my other charts. Sorry, the 5-minute opening range. So I reckon everyone else can understand the question. The 5-minute OR is what you are seeing on screen, but something about Pax talks about the 30-second, and then a couple of the other guys that are that were in the pits and things have always kind of talked about that to me when I've asked about certain trades, certain strategies that people still look at, that is just important to have context to. So I've been putting that on another one of my charts too with some extensions, and I adjust the extensions based on statistics that the OFL team puts together on just like average rotation and things. So when you get that extension out of say the 30-second opening range, I know Pax talks about the 15 points on ES, 65 in Q. I'm trying to see, I know that's a rough number, but if I get more average rotations, let's say on a 20 session basis, I might want to kind of base it on that as well. So I've been playing around with it. I have not taken a trade off of it, but this is interesting. We're getting some momentum here to the downside. So this is that spot. I don't know if I want to knife catch this, but I'm kind of just going to watch this for a hot minute. Let's see if I need to delete Leo's 5-minute opening range mid here. If we bounce off that, I mean, that's a lot of trap volume up there. Trap buyers. ES still hasn't filled its gap, missed by 2 points. Phoenix, is that the The Sunday gap, or is that today's gap? I never know what gaps people are talking about. Just filled. Steve, so you just have a ton of you had a ton of buy delta up here, like a ton of buyers that were continuing to try to push us up there to make a new high, and now all of this volume, at least on the buy side, is now suck and probably puked somewhere here too, somewhere down here. Let's see, we're still holding this spot. Oh, Phoenix, no worries, that makes sense. I love your Sunday show. Thanks, guys. I think we're going to do more of maybe not four. We'll see how it continues to evolve, but we're going to continue to have people on with me. I think it adds a good dynamic versus you guys hearing me like right now, just casually rambling for an hour, my thoughts and perspective and random terrible jokes at times. So we'll see. But I think it was a lot of fun on Sunday to have Pax on, have Sarah, obviously Stowe as well. So we'll see how the team wants to continue to do shows like that. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a lot of fun. So 5-minute opening range mid is holding. I may need to take a stab long here. Oh, that's what I get for not marketing in. Let's see. The amount of times Leo has yelled at me to stop using limit orders to get into trades. And here's a prime example that he can reference when he questions why I don't market in. Because now it's going to go. Watch. And I missed the trade because I had a limit order instead of a market order. So we'll see. I'm filled. Let's see if it survives. Or if we take out the opening range mid here, we're probably new lows. And seller's still pressing here. Yeah, I'm gonna get stopped. All right. Well, took the stab. Could have gotten about 20 points out of it if I got my initial entry. So we'll see. Let's see if this actually rolls over now. If we lose this little node that we were building from the open, obviously all this. If we lose that, I would imagine we'll probably head back down towards 900s at the very least. Then we've got a bunch of overnight inventory that maybe we correct if we continue to get some momentum to the downside. Maybe then this becomes a fun little session. Buccaneer, you caught that knife at the right time. Yeah, there was a quick 20-point scalp there off the opening range mid, and yeah, a decent, actually 30 points almost. No, 20. But now, yeah, it looks like sellers are honestly in control of this. Yeah, ES looks a lot worse than NQ so far. ES has lost its opening range and is heading lower, perhaps back down towards the 6,700s. Sorry, I just lost the chat, everybody. There it is. Yeah, Jeff, it kind of is. And that's kind of what I was describing, like this whole move down there. It just was like very slow, just kind of meandering, sellers just kind of pushing, but not really being overly aggressive. So we'll see. At this point, no, I mean, I still wish I was in my original short. Didn't get spooked out by my own indicators here. Looks like a good long back into the node. No, at this point, guys, I wouldn't want to fade this. ES looks a lot worse than NQ. NQ is kind of still in the range. ES is making new lows and is kind of, correcting a lot of the overnight inventory. Let's see how much of it. But we're back. Okay, so this is back to the consolidation spot, or ES is now back to that consolidation spot from yesterday afternoon, where the soybeans tweet came in. So I just realized that this is like exactly that spot between 67.10s and 67.20s in ES. So, oh God, I hope we don't get stuck here. And Q, are you really going to bounce off this without taking out that IB low? Because that would be a decent long. Like, take this out. Here's the week VWAP from Sunday. Like, let's try a long there. Yes, really round tripped this whole thing. Let's see. Yeah, they're going to puke this again. That makes perfect sense. So, good to know. Every once in a while, production's in my ear, and I'm like, what is happening? What is about to happen? And then, let's see. Okay. So, for the moment, we are still holding this opening range low in NQ. Just don't. I mean, that wasn't the spot. I guess it was the very, very, very top of the range yesterday. in the afternoon for majority of the session. It's like 9:30s, I think. Right before I learned how much the market cares about soybean imports and exports, which was news to me. I mean, I obviously have never traded them, but I had no idea that was such a hot button. So far, buyers having trouble kind of pushing us out of this, which is not the best sign. You would have wanted to see them kind of take it back up here already. I mean, they're still trying though. Still trying. Ooh, there it goes. All right. So for me, as I said, I'm going to kind of watch about 40 points lower than this. Like to see what happens down there. We also, the month open is also sitting kind of down here, and it's kind of acted. I guess it's like this little spot from the overnight. Like this 840s, 845s area is the October open. And it is acted a bit as support and resistance at times, or it's provided a couple trades off of it. So we'll see. I don't know. Here's the other thing too, guys. I don't know how much I'm coming back this afternoon. I have not packed. I do need to also do that too. So I don't know how much I want to manage a trade after I get off this too. Oh, does anyone else get like travel anxiety? This is new for me. I never used to when I would work travel, which was constant. I feel it more now, probably because I haven't left in like 2 years. Last time I traveled, I've been to visit my younger sister when she was living in New York City. And then we found out we were pregnant, and we didn't really go very, 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 very far. I'm also just a procrastinator. So for me, it just, yeah, I just am terrible at packing, getting organized. I used to love work travel. Now it's like, yeah, okay, well, real work. This is not work travel. This is going to be fun. But like the idea of me like visiting clients and like going to a bunch of meetings at a satellite office, like that sounds miserable to me after leaving that world for years. Like I have no desire to get back to doing that. I'm going to check on a swing position. Hang on, folks. Okay. That's looking good. I still have a swing short from the highs for an expiry into December, but I've been slowly taking profit, re-adding since Friday's meltdown. So this is that week, that VWAP from Sunday spot. Where's ES doing? Did ES pick? I want to see if ES is going to ping back like 60, like 97s to 92s potentially. Not that I'm trying to call a bottom in this, but like I said, this is that weak VWAP spot that would make sense. And I'm actually going to go with it. Just a one guy. Let's see if we can hold this. If I get stopped here, I think we're going to continue lower. Oh, buyers, you better push. You sit here, you're going to be showed the door. We need this like forcibly like back into this area. Like at least you could reject off this like 930s, 940s, I could see, but this is not inspiring confidence. Sometimes like when I knife catch like this around like an IB, like we take out an IB low, you want to see almost like a quick V out of it in 20 points to make me feel confident. But it's not coming. So I'm literally giving back my gains from my short earlier that I should still be sitting in. Let's be honest here. ES is going for the overnight low. What is that? 6680s? 85s? I don't know. So far, here we go. That's what I wanted to see. Oh, buyers. Buyers, buyers, buyers. At this point, I hope they slam the door. As Stowe calls blue team, like when I'm on team blue team for a day, it always seems to be a situation like this. And you wonder why I'm short biased or 60-40 trade more to the short side. It's because whenever I do this is the things that happen. Or like yesterday, I'm like long with a great entry at low of the day. I just happen to be about 15 seconds too early and take a 15-point stop and then stubbornly continue to watch it instead of getting back in. If we go to previous day high, I might just get out of this. We'll see. Seeing as how we've got about 5 minutes left here. I guess I am coming back this afternoon, so I could just leave my stop and hope for the best. Maybe. No, I don't trade that way. Because then I'm going to be packing and looking at this dang trade for no reason. So I'd rather be stopped out or potentially cover on a poke above the previous day high or something. Oh, come on. I don't love that initial reaction off the previous day high, if I'm being honest. And here come the sellers. Let's see. Can they give me one more attempt? And they keep pushing this. Sellers are trying though. See if they run them over. All right, I'm hands off. Let's see if this plays out. I mean, this is the spot that it should reoffer in theory if we're going to continue lower. If we lose this node, I'm out. Make that bigger for you guys. You can't see what I'm seeing. This little node that we're sitting in here. Tighten up my stop because I wanted to potentially, the reason I put it below that is I was potentially going to build into this. Buccaneer Bree, I may cover this right here. I mean, this is 30 points per contract for me is like, that's a usual take profit. And it kind of makes sense here, like along off the weekly VWAP, like me covering at another piece of MGI, previous day high, like that makes a lot of sense. For me to potentially exit out, if I was in 3, like 2 of 3 right here, I'd be out. And then holding a runner, stop would go break even. And then kind of just manage it from there, trailing the stop up. Like I'm probably going to do at this point because I don't want to think about this trade while I'm packing here in a second. So I'm going to stay on the air and see if they take me. Yeah, I was talking about that 880 spot just coinciding with this week's VWAP from Sunday. So the weekly VWAP was there. They took me out and we're going to end it there, folks. So that was, I had 2 great trades. Took 1 stop out, trying to long this a little prematurely, but for the most part, I think given this session so far, given that we kind of lost that large node up there, I mean, this could turn into, like I was kind of describing, like we could fill in a bunch of this volume for the rest of the session. Personally, I kind of wish I was still sitting in a runner from up here. I think there's a probability or a decent opportunity that we could retrace some of this overnight volume again. But I don't know. We'll see how it evolves the rest of the session. I'll be back this afternoon to trade the close with Leo. So yeah, pretty decent session. I hope everyone had fun. We we'll see you guys all this afternoon to trade the close. Cheers, guys.